what bills we're going to hear and the order in which we will hear them. We have today a lot of bills. So the first bill is going to be House Bill 844, Delegates Pasteur and Holmes. Following that, House Bill 728, Delegate Ambry. After that, House Bill 769, Delegate Long, Jeff Long, hour long. 826, Delegates Wilkins and Stewart. House Bill 830, Delegate Terraza. House Bill 1023, Delegate Terraza. House Bill 833, Delegate Holmes. 837, Delegate Holmes. 841, Delegate Grammer. 852, Delegate Stewart. 972, Delegate Henson. 1016, Delegate Henson, and then the final bill of the afternoon, by then it'll be the evening, House Bill 1033, which is a Charles County delegation bill that's being offered to us by Delegate Davis. So with that, is Delegate Pasteur here? Oh, yes, you are. Come on up. You're the first contestant. Okay. Thanks for pointing that out. And do not push the buttons. And Delegate Pasteur, welcome to the Environment and Transportation Committee for the first time. It's lovely to see you.
Thank you.
Marvin, okay. So why don't you begin? You have 4 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Barve, Vice Chair Stein, and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, my name is Cheryl Pasteur, and I am here to testify in support of House Bill 844, which will require the Department of Housing and Community Development to establish and maintain a website that provides specific information on the rights and responsibilities of individuals thinking about or already living in a common ownership community, a COC. A growing number of homes in the state are located in COCs, that is, condominiums, cooperatives, and homeowner associations. COCs are designed to give homeowners control over services and amenities that might otherwise be provided by local governments. In 2005, Governor Ehrlich signed Senate Bill 229, the Act, into law. The Act established the task force chaired by Senator Dolores Kelly on common ownership communities. Now, 18 years ago, that task force noted, and I quote, "A state-sponsored and approved website should be created regarding the rights and responsibilities of living in a COC. This website could be hosted by an appropriate state agency," end quote. It is now 2023. With growing numbers of COCs, but there is still a dearth of information provided by the state of Maryland regarding them, with no current user-friendly source of information regarding the rights and responsibilities of living in these communities. The site should include a hyperlink to the state's codes under real property, with updates as applicable, hyperlinks to specific community associations for reference and information. House Bill 844 is responsive to filling this void as of October 2023. Now, as a point of reference, know that both Prince George's County and Montgomery County have representative models already in effect. The Consumer Council of Maryland supports this request. So I thank you, colleagues, and I respectfully request a favorable report on House Bill 844.
Thank you very much. Marvin, what say you?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for,
Madam.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
You know, I'm willing to be fluid.
For those of you who don't understand, I was under the tutelage of Maggie McIntosh for decades, and I continue this.
The brainwashing goes deep, I
It goes-
understand.
It does. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank our new member, Delegate Pasteur, for sponsoring this bill. She mentioned, Mr. Chair and members of the committee, the task force that was created in 2005. And in that task force, as she indicated, there was a request or a requirement or a strong suggestion that we have a state agency to create and provide information for training, et cetera, for COCs. In my testimony to all of you, I have put into your testimony a copy of the 2005 task force. And you can see, and I believe it is on page number 9 of that task force from 2005, where it specifically talks about what Cheryl Pasteur has put in for HB 844. I think it's pretty bad, woefully inadequate that we as a state have not yet done what was suggested since 2005. Some of you may have recognized that I have put in another request for a task force to be created this year. That is simply a continuation of what is here in the 2005 task force. The information that the Department of Housing and Community Development can provide is easily accessible. It is not something that they have to create from scratch. It has already been mentioned that Prince George's County has a CCOC and Montgomery County has a CCOC. I am privileged to be a commissioner on both of those task forces, Montgomery County and Prince George's County. And both of those task forces, both of those commissions have a wealth of information which can be duplicated and put in by website links to establish what is necessary and discussed in HB 844 and was discussed in 2005. And with that, Mr. Chair, I will take questions.
Well, we have one person signed up favorable with amendments. Let's listen to them, and then we'll entertain questions for all three of you, and that would be Linda Dorsey Walker, who is signed up as favorable with amendments. Welcome back, Linda.
Yes, thank you.
You have 2 minutes, and then we'll go to questions.
Yes, I'm Linda Dorsey Walker, former HOA president for Lionswood Homeowners Association, the oldest homeowners association in Owings Mills, Maryland. I want to testify in favor of HB 844 with a very friendly amendment that's very simple. At the hyperlink that was referenced that would go to all local common ownership websites, I am asking that it not just list the names of all those common ownership communities, but also under that, the names of all the current serving officers and board members, because, believe it or not, while some homeowners associations have a website, many others do not. Baltimore County at one point had 840 different associations. Now they're down to 208. Because many have gone out of existence. I feel very strongly in favor of this bill because some property management companies don't always share information regarding your rights and responsibilities, and some officers don't, to the people who are paying the assessments. They need to know their rights and responsibilities, and also, having been contacted by public safety agencies after hours, I will tell you that people need to know who are the current officers, not past officers and directors, so that in the event there is an emergency, we had 2 missing children in our community, you're communicating with the correct current person. Finally, many seniors and other people who are disabled lack the means to hire an attorney to fight situations. That's why it's important that they have a central clearinghouse to turn to access the correct current information regarding their rights under the law. And with that, I ask you and urge you to give a favorable report to HB 844 with amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the sponsors or this witness? Seeing none, Delegate Pasteur, you leave unscathed for now. Okay, that ends the
Thank
public
you.
hearing on how, it's wonderful to meet you for the first time. Anyway, that ends the public hearing for House Bill 844. Let's proceed to House Bill 728 if Delegate Ampry is here. I heard he might not be because of a conflict. So we're going to skip past that, and we're going to go to House Bill 679, Delegate Long. Did I, 769, yeah. I sometimes have less Dixia. Had to think about it. Absolutely. I knew you'd appreciate that, Barry. All right, Delegate Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and fellow friendly members of the committee, the greatest committee. I'm here presenting on HB 769, which is a public safety bill on fire dampers, smoke dampers, and public safety. It's also a cross-file with Senator Ben Brooks. The overarching goal of HB 769 is to ensure the fire safety systems in commercial, industrial, and public buildings in Maryland are safe. I'm not sure if you know this or not, but generally in a fire, what causes death is not actual fire itself, but the inhalation of smoke. And so HB 769 requires the periodic inspection and testing of fire dampers, smoke dampers, and smoke control systems by trained professionals. These dampers and smoke control systems regulate the flow and movement of fire and smoke through heating, ventilation, air conditioning, HVAC systems. And so HB 769 will consequently make Maryland safer. I want you to know that also Delaware, Illinois, New Mexico, and Nevada, the state of Washington, have already passed legislation just like this. And just this year, we have states like Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Oregon who have introduced it as well, too. Currently, sprinkler systems, fire alarms, and fire extinguishers are periodically inspected to ensure they are working. But there are components like fire dampers, and smoke control systems, which again would help prevent that smoke inhalation. They're not subject to any inspecting requirements or testing requirements. Presently, Maryland has a very ambiguous requirement system to inspect and test these, and so HB 769 would bring Maryland in compliance with the National Fire Protection Association. Additionally, this bill would require the state to adopt regulations to require periodic inspection and testing of fire dampers, smoke dampers, and smoke control systems, and it would make sure that after these are installed, they're inspected 1 year after installation and then subsequently 4 years thereafter. I also want to highlight the fact that presently, after a study the University of Maryland conducted, that over 81,000 inspected fire dampers were in need of repair, 3,728 fire dampers were in need of replacement, 63% of the existing buildings needed immediate attention to keep the buildings open, over 11,300 electric or pneumatic actuated dampers required the replacement of the actuators, and 80% of the existing buildings need replacement actuators. I have a great panel of experts here that'll be glad to explain further. Thank you so much. I request your favorable support and report for HB 769.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me, the first name on this, well, actually, who would like to go next? What's your name, sir?
Tom Killeen.
I thought it was. Welcome back.
Good afternoon, Chairman Barbet and Vice Chair Stein and House Committee members. Thank you for allowing me to provide oral written testimony on the House Bill 769. My name is Tom Killeen. I'm a business representative for Smart Local 100. For 25 years of my 42-year career, I performed testing, balancing, and commissioning of HVAC systems In addition, I hold 3 certifications in the tab field. A fire damper reliability study was done 2021 by Dr. James Milkey, a national respected professor and chair of the Department of Fire Protection Engineering School at the University of Maryland. The study has been sent to you for your review. I sent it to each one of you today via email. Sorry, I didn't submit it with the testimony, but I did send it to you. The study concluded that 67.7% of all buildings had issues with fire dampers. This includes actually no access, either repair or replacement of the fire damper themselves. Because there's such a prevalent problem with the fire dampers, there needs to be a real need for the individual that does the testing of the fire life safety dampers to maintain a certification under ANSI, a American National Standards Institute, in doing this work. As the delegate said, it's been passed in several states and it is up in 6 other states this year. Finally, the opponents of this bill will tell you there's an astronomical cost associated with HB 7669. Under the adopted Maryland Fire Prevention Code, fire life safety components are required to be tested at irregular intervals. If the testing has already been done, there should be no fiscal impact. If, as Dr. Milky's study has shown, the testing is not being done, or the individuals testing it don't know what they're doing, then any fiscal impact would be justified to ensure the health and the safety of the Maryland public, just like any other fire life safety testing being required. I ask for a favorable vote for House Bill 769. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who would like to go next?
Thank you, Chairman Barve, Vice Chair Stein, committee members and friends. I'm Tom Skinner. I'm with the Professional Firefighters of Maryland. I represent over 10,000 professional firefighters across the state of Maryland. I'm also an active lieutenant with the Baltimore City Fire Department, where I've served for the last almost 32 years. I'm here today to speak in support of House Bill 769. You have my written testimony. I'll try not to repeat myself or read from my script too much. There are several key items that we'd like to speak to. One, mentioned by my colleague, Mr. Killeen, the reliability study, the reliability of fire dampeners, smoke dampeners, and smoke control systems done right here, not off in some little think tank, but right down the street here at the University of Maryland from the Department of Fire Protection Engineering. Most of the answers to the questions you're going to have are going to be found right there in that document. That document right there tells you some of the things we'd like to highlight, some of the disasters that have occurred prior to this legislation and prior to these similar legislations being enacted. 3 of the major catastrophes that have happened. In 1980, the MGM Grand Fire in Las Vegas, Nevada, had a devastating factor. It killed 85 people and 700 were injured, including 14 firefighters. That's not acceptable. Those fire dampeners were in place and had been disabled and had not been caught on inspection. In 1991, the Philly Meridian Plaza hotel fire was unoccupied at the time, but the fire dampener systems not working caused that fire to be transmitted to areas where it was unexpected, and that cost 3 of my members their lives. The professional firefighters of Maryland strongly urge you to vote favorably on House Bill 769. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who'd like to go next?
Good afternoon, Chair Barve, Vice Chair Stein, and esteemed members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My written testimony is also on file. My name is Kurt Snyder. I'm the Executive Director of SMAC Mid-Atlantic, an association that represents 22 companies within the construction and sheet metal industry. These companies work on a variety of complex and landmark projects. They also have dozens of highly skilled professionals that are certified to examine, troubleshoot, repair, and maintain ventilation system fire dampers. Our association and member companies are staunch supporters of House Bill 769 in support of the important role that fire dampers play in protecting Marylanders and buildings around the state. Functional and reliable fire dampers within building HVAC systems are critical to the fire, life, and safety framework. Overhead sprinkler systems within buildings, which we see so often, protect the property, but the fire dampers are there installed to protect all of us, the occupants, and give them a chance to evacuate before the fire and smoke create a chaotic environment for the occupants and first responders. Smoke should not have a chance to create a labyrinth and, in worst cases, also take on the role as the Minotaur. 5 other states currently have fire life safety initiatives in place, with approximately 3 other states considering legislation. Let's make Maryland the 4th state to keep this very important bill moving forward.
Thank you very much. Is Jeff Parks available? Why don't you come up, and then finally, Jeremy Zedek is here to offer informational testimony, and then we'll proceed to questions. Jeff, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to provide my favorable testimony regarding HB 769. As you stated, my name is Jeff Parks. I work for CMC Sheet Metal, a local union contractor. I've been in the HVAC industry for over 25 years. As a Maryland HVAC contractor that employs certified smoke and fire damper technicians, we performed damper acceptance and inspection testing on many buildings and dampers throughout the region. We can attest firsthand to the pervasive issues with fire life safety dampers as documented in the 2021 University of Maryland Reliability Study. On many occasions, dampers have been installed incorrectly, had no or limited access, broken fusible links, debris blocking the damper function, broken damper shafts, inoperable actuators, the list goes on and on. Many times, these noted deficiencies resulted in the need for repair or completely replacing of the dampers. As previously stated, I'm in full support of this bill and ask for your favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Jeremy Zedek here? And there you are.
Yes, I am, and may I have his 45 seconds, please?
Oh, if you insist on only using 45 minutes.
Good response. Good afternoon, members of the committee, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jeremy Zedek. I am with the National Energy Management Institute Committee. I'm a smoke control system technician. I'm a fire and life safety damper technician. I'm a testing, adjusting, and balancing technician, and I'm a subject matter expert in both testing and balancing and fire life safety. That I testify and train and do a lot of other things around the country. One of the things that I'd like to bring to your attention is the idea of perception. When we walk into a public building, or pretty much anywhere, the perception is that we're going to be safe in that building, that things that we go to are going to work. We go into the elevator, it's going to go up, it's going to come down safely, we're going to be fine. If there was a fire event, the fire smoke damper, sprinklers would go off, and they're there to protect property. And what fire life safety dampers and smoke control dampers, or fire and smoke dampers rather, and smoke control systems, they're there to protect people. And just like my fireman friend over here had said, there has been a history of these things failing. The study that Dr. Milkey produced showed that 53% of dampers in existing buildings are in need of repair or outright don't work. That's a pretty high failure rate. If that was the case with the sprinkler system or with the fire alarm system or with the fire extinguishers, we would stop in our tracks and we would exit the building, right? Or we would never go in that elevator because it wasn't, if 53% of them worked, right? Or didn't work. That would be scary. And we know that these things do work because they're tested regularly by professionals, and there's an inspection sticker, there's regulations around that, and we feel pretty comfortable with that. Fire life safety dampers are supposed to be inspected on a regular basis, but they often are not. My field experience, I was in the field for a very long time, shows that this is not the case. There's a tremendous amount of things that my friend here had spoken about, and he's not wrong. I found 2x4s and dampers in senior living centers. I found rocks in dampers that were supposed to be open so that they could let airflow pass through. I found numerous things that would make you probably stay up at night, not ever wanting to sleep. But I urge you to ask as many questions as you need and to learn about this, and hopefully you will understand what we're trying to get at here. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, we have 3 questions, but before they start, maybe I missed it, maybe my mind was wandering. What is a fire damper?
This is a fire damper. We can show you. It's a very simple fire damper. And they're designed to stop the spread of fire from one side of a wall to another, or smoke from one side to another. It gives the firefighters and the occupants of a building a fighting chance to get out of the building and a fighting chance to fight the
Okay,
fire.
very good. Delegate Stewart.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate Long, for bringing this bill. I think it's really interesting. I guess my question is for Tom, which is, could he walk through one of the Toms? No, I'm kidding. Could you walk through the American National Standards Institute certification process and requirements?
I'm going to defer to my
Yeah.
subject matter expert.
Is it ANSI? ANSI, okay, okay.
American
National Standards Institute, sorry. I was trying to read fast.
Yes, the American National Standards Institute, they've rebranded themselves rather as ANAB, the ANSI National Accreditation Board. What it is an international, it's a national group that follows international standards. In this case, ISO IEC 17024, and that's a personnel certification that is very stringent in how that's operated, and that's what we work under, and that's what the technicians that were spoken about, they have to pass go through that training and pass those certification exams and hands-on practical training so that they're qualified, they're certified to be able to inspect these dampers, to make sure that they're working properly, and to perform the maintenance, and to just generally understand what it is that the NFPA system is trying to achieve with these type dampers.
Could you just walk us through what the certification process entails? Okay, I start on September 1. I'm getting my ANSI certification as a technician. How long does the training go? Is it every day? How hands-on is it? What does it entail? That kind of thing.
Certainly. Well, it's part of the overall sheet metal training, so that's a 4 or 5 year program. This is one part of it. So they're getting all of the sheet metal knowledge, and then they're using that to do this. This is a very specialized part of that sheet metal training. It's generally, about a week's worth of classroom training and then hands-on training, and then there's an examination, and it's building off of your life experience, but it's also very specified as to the installation and inspection of these particular dampers. So it's pretty intense. There's a lot of there's many manuals and NFPA standards that you have to go through and be familiar with to find the information, and to be able to utilize that in the field when you're doing these inspections. I hope that was what you were looking for.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I was looking for. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You actually stole my question, so I appreciate that. But I have another one. Delegate Long, just to clarify, I think you said this earlier, but I just want to be certain. You said this only applies to commercial, industrial, and public buildings, correct?
Correct, presently.
Does not apply to public homes?
Public home-
private homes.
Can I?
Yes.
So usually, the only time or place that you're going to find a fire damper of any sort is in a fire-rated wall. So, of course, you have fire-rated walls between townhomes, but you don't have an HVAC system going through. So you're not going to, there's very few, maybe in some high-end homes that you might have a few, but very, very few in residential homes.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. I just noticed the only bit of written opposition you had said this was government overreach because we were going to go into people's homes and inspect
The
things.
UN agenda.
Yeah, so I appreciate you clarifying.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I noticed that it says, and you may have addressed this and I missed it. If I did, I apologize. But after the initial installation, the inspection is every 4 years. But for a hospital, it's every 6 years. Why 6 years? It seems like you'd want hospitals tested more.
There's two theories behind that, and I'll be very, okay, so it's my understanding under that actual hospitals are tested every year to meet requirements for Medicare. So they're already doing it. And the other theory is they have really strong lobbyists. So, just kind of be.
Delegate, I'll jump in really quickly. So presently in current statute, 6 years hospitals are already mandated to be inspected. This would ensure that after it's installed, the first year it's inspected. After installation, it's inspected after the first year, and then subsequently every 4 years after this for those that fall under this subsection of public and commercial buildings and properties.
But hospitals are 6 years.
6 years, correct,
Okay.
in the current statute.
All right. And so hospitals, I think I understood you to say they're already inspected every year under Medicaid, I think.
To meet certain requirements.
Okay.
Your mic.
Care
Medicare, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you.
Through the Joint Commission, yeah. But that is regulated through, or not regulated, but that is coming from the NFPA standard and part of the manufacturer's instructions. So the NFPA is a consensus building standard, so there's a lot, there's a lot of input that comes into that from the public. The hospitals made us, in the committee's understanding, they made a strong case that hospitals should be able to be afforded a longer testing period. Their arguments were centered around things that Tom was saying, but also that they do a lot of general mains, they're very well maintained, and that it's a infection spreading sort of thing if we have to keep opening things up. We can argue whether or not we agree with that. I agree. I lean more towards your line of thinking where that's a space where people are much more vulnerable to having this sort of thing happen.
That's
Why
what I
shouldn't
was
they be
thinking.
more protected? But in this case, we have to defer to NFPA's guidance on that.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Delegate Long, for bringing this bill. It seems like a really common sense legislation. I'm curious, though, on the issue of cost. What is the cost for those, and who bears it for the subsequent inspections, those every 4 years?
Well, under the adopted fire code, currently, this is supposed to be being done right now. So there shouldn't be any cost whatsoever, unless they are.
Somebody's not in compliance. Unless someone's not in compliance, then of course it would be a cost that incurs.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Unless someone is not in compliance presently to what should already be taking place, then a cost would be incurred.
Okay, but how would these inspections occur every 4 years? People would have to request them, or they'd be automatic? I'm not clear on that part.
So what you would see is that the fire marshals for each jurisdiction or each municipality would be the ones that would be doing the inspections already. So either the state fire marshal or the municipal fire marshal for cities and jurisdictions will be the ones that will be carrying that out, the inspections. That would just be automatic as needed.
So there must be a cost to fire marshals then, there would have to be.
It's the same process that you would find with fire sprinklers, kitchen exhaust hoods, things like that. There's a regular routine sort of inspection that has to be done that's known by the owner of the building because they've been asked by the inspectors to maintain their certificate of occupancy, that has to be done. So that's how that process would play out, that you know that these are done, otherwise you would fall out of compliance and potentially have a risk of being shut down as a public building or a building in general. Was there another part of your question that I?
Yeah, I think so.
And the fire marshal doesn't actually do any of this testing at all. It's just their responsibility to oversee the process.
Okay, that's helpful. The other question I have, and I don't mean this at all rhetorically, I'm just curious, I haven't been on this committee nearly as long as some other members, but I have never heard about smoke, dampers, combination dampers, and control systems. I think we heard about some catastrophic fires. The one at MGM was how many decades ago? Like
1980.
Why has this taken so long to try and address this?
I'm sorry?
I mean,
Well, it's being passed in other states. It has
Right.
been on the forefront. It's
Yeah, I heard you
just
say
a
that.
slow roll that
but
takes time.
have we ever considered it in Maryland before?
Well, it's part of the code. I mean, it should already be being done, and I think a lot of people take that for granted that, oh, well, we're already doing this stuff. And I think when Dr. Milky's study came out and it became very obvious that this isn't being done, if it were, 53% of these dampers in existing buildings wouldn't be failing. 41% of smoke control systems in stairways wouldn't be failing. If I was in a stairway and there was a fire, I would expect that smoke would be able to be maintained out of it. But I would be very surprised, very surprised and probably dead if I realized that it wasn't, and it would be too late at that point. So I think the idea that the study came out and really brought this to light is really putting an emphasis on it. Just like most things, it takes a catastrophe to really make us think and go, wow, we should really be doing the things we're supposed to be doing. I don't know if that was the right answer to your question, but
That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I own a couple different commercial businesses, and we have the fire department every year out in Baltimore County that comes and does inspections, looks at our extinguishers, looks at fire suppression systems, things like that. And I find those men and women to be extremely capable. Why is this not something that like the fire department couldn't do and integrate in their normal inspection? Seemed to me that it would kind of put it on a normal timetable, ensuring that it would actually get done. And also I think that those folks would benefit from probably having more of this training on these systems as well. So just trying to understand why it couldn't be the fire department or in a jurisdiction like Baltimore County doing this as opposed to some private contractor.
Delegate Noraki, that's a good question. And The answer to that was kind of covered previously. The fire department, when we come out and do our annual inspections or semi-annual inspections, depending on the actual business that occurs in your structure, do not test your sprinkler system, your hood system if you have a range system, or your sprinklers or anything else like that. We ensure that you have followed code. Same thing with your, we just check your fire extinguishers to make sure that they're up to date as far as the signatures on the line, saying that a competent person has weighed this and checked the pressure on this and made sure that this is intact and up to date. It's the same thing with these. The fire service does not have the sheet metal experience to climb up into the space to see whether or not this fusible link is intact or not. We can visually inspect a lot of things, but what you find in the HVAC systems like this is there will be coverings on walls, whether it's sheetrock or even artwork, and you'll find that folks don't pay attention to what could possibly be on the other side, and that's where you're finding these. Part of Brother Clean's presentation is on the fusible link, and also of some of the things that people don't think of, such as like when I hang a wall, where's the other end of that screw I just drove into the wall? If it's in that fusible link mechanism, that fusible link's not going to, or in the dampener mechanism, it's not going to operate correctly. So that's what we turn to the professionals for that.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to further expand upon Delegate Naraki's question, very briefly, explain how and what causes the dampers to fail. Very briefly. And this will explain upon the question.
Okay, on the type of damper that I have here, there's tension on this link constantly, 24/7, years at a time. They occasionally break. On smoke fire dampers, they usually are tied with a mechanical air handling system. As that system turns on and off, you have work hardening that takes place. You have movable parts, just like in your car. Things break down. So that's as quick as possible I could get that out.
Are there any further questions for this bill? Seeing none, thank you very much. That ends the public hearing on House Bill 769. Is Delegate Ampry in the room? All right, in that case, we will go to House Bill 826, Delegate Wilkins and Stewart. Welcome to the Vice Chair of the Ways and Means Committee, and you can begin whenever.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and I love that we planned our matching outfits today.
Yes, thank you for getting the memo. Or I got the memo. I'm not sure who got the memo.
Absolutely. And greetings to Mr. Vice Chair and the entire committee. Great to be with you again. I'm very proud to present this bill on behalf of Delegate Vaughn Stewart and myself, who's here for moral support and to sit and look pretty in his green. I am Delegate Janelle Wilkins, and I'm proud to present HB 826, which is the statewide rental assistance voucher program. HB 826 appropriates $18 million to establish a state voucher assistance program. We are all generally familiar with the Housing Choice Voucher Program, which is the federal voucher assistance program that many of our jurisdictions provide for our constituents. Research shows that vouchers sharply reduce homelessness, overcrowding, and other hardships. It also helps lift people out of poverty. It gives families the opportunity to move to safer, less poor neighborhoods, and this, in effect, is closely linked to educational, developmental, and health benefits that can improve children's long-term life chances and reduce costs in other public programs. While this program has had critical impacts nationally and in our state, it is woefully oversubscribed with long waiting lists, and in some jurisdictions, it's completely closed to new applicants. According to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, federal funding limitations mean that only 10% of eligible households receive a federal voucher, and of those households, 84% wait more than a year to receive assistance. This voucher program would create vouchers for low-income households that are currently on the waiting list for the federal voucher program. And we work to mirror the federal voucher program as much as possible to help alleviate some of the burden and administrative costs on the counties. Under this bill, vouchers would be prioritized for households with children under 16, military veterans, those experiencing homelessness, disabled individuals, and seniors over the age of 62. In working with the county agencies on this bill, there will be some additional technical changes that we are going to be working with them on. And I lastly want to mention that this bill is part of the 2023 agenda for the Legislative Black Caucus of Maryland, and I urge your favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Stewart.
Mr. Chair, Delegate Vaughn Stewart, me too.
I was going to ask you, how do you feel about being described as the eye candy?
Yeah, well, it's not the first time, Mr. Chair, as you know, but I'm happy to be the beauty behind this operation.
Okay. All right. Please give us your name and please proceed.
Hi, thank you. My name is Erica Lamont, and I am the advocacy. Good afternoon, Chair and committee. My name is Erica Lamont. I'm the direct advocacy director for Children's Rights from Maryland Legal Aid. We submitted written testimony, and we're hoping that our suggestions for a friendly amendment regarding children in foster care could be considered. Many of you know that children who are in foster care can age out at age 21, but current voucher programs they're full, as indicated by Delegate Wilkins, even the ones that are set aside for children in foster care. These kids are the most vulnerable, one of the most vulnerable populations in Maryland. And I have represented them for over 20 years. And I tell you, even though that line of work is very difficult, there is nothing like having a client who ages out into homelessness, is couch surfing, out in the streets, has nowhere to go. So we are suggesting a couple of things in regards to this voucher bill. Families often don't include children. The definition of families often don't include children aging out of foster care. The minimum wage is sometimes an issue. Even though there are technically, I guess, no residency requirements, sometimes children are placed outside of their home jurisdictions, and so they are limited as to where they can apply for vouchers. And so these are some things that really affect these children that we are really charged to protect, and protecting them is an investment in Maryland's future.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take all the people who are purely in favor, and then we'll entertain questions, and then there are a number of people who are signed up favorable with amendment, and we'll take them later. So, Aaron Greenfield. Oh, come on. I want the picture of you sitting next to Aaron Greenfield.
I know.
What is...
Mr. Chair, just an FYI, the Senate hearing's happening at the same time.
Oh, I see.
So there may
Okay.
be some folks who are not here yet.
Is Claudia Wilson Randall out there? Yep, I thought I saw you out there. You know, I don't ask for very much, you know, I'm not greedy. Yeah. Okay. Welcome back to the committee.
Good afternoon, Chairman Barve and members of the House Environment and Transportation Committee. I'm happy to be here. My name is Claudia Wilson Randall. I am the Executive Director of the Community Development Network of Maryland. As you know, we are a statewide network of housing and community development organizations. And I just want to echo what has already been said by this panel. Statewide rental assistance is broadly needed. This is not just an urban or a suburban or rural problem. This goes through every county. There are long waiting lists for varieties of populations. In my written testimony, I emphasize the need for households with children, older adults, and people with disabilities. Those are groups that we frequently see who are facing housing instability across the state of Maryland. And I just, you know, what we need to do is we need state intervention to prevent homelessness. We also need a concerted effort around problems that impact people and housing instability in Maryland. And I would say that this state voucher program also may be a lifeline for many in a market that is housing market that is incredibly tight right now. So with that, I would just ask for your attention to this issue and to help Maryland citizens avoid the stain of eviction that sets their lives on a course of instability. It limits education and economic opportunities and increases health problems for them and their families. And with that, I urge your favorable report for House Bill 826. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'd also like to call up Fiona Misfun. Are you with us in person or, oh, you are virtual. Fiona, are you with us? No, okay. How about Kathy Howard? Kathy, are you out there? Oh, well, having a picture of you next to Delegate Wilkins, that's almost as good.
Oh, that's
almost.
Great. I love this. This
yeah.
is terrific. And you get a twofer here with me because Aaron is over in the Senate, so I'm representing two folks here, the Maryland Multi-Housing Association, of which my client, Regional Management, Inc., is also a member, and both of those entities are in favor of this bill, and thank you very much for bringing it, and I think I can't describe any better than the panel here why this is a very good and helpful kind of a bill for all of not just renters, but also for the landlords who are in the voucher program and accepting vouchers and trying to serve this population. So we ask you for a favorable report.
Yeah, I love the voucher program, and now that we don't allow discrimination, that makes it especially useful. I do have one question, but just before that, so the $15 million, if the administration were to put that into the program, how do I phrase this? What percentage of the people who need a voucher would get one if it were to be fully funded up like that? Any ideas?
Are you referring to, Mr. Chair, how much administrative costs versus how much is going to the actual retro program? Is that what you're referring to?
No, I mean, I've only just briefly read the fiscal note. I mean, I understand that the bill. What was I thinking? Okay, all right. No, my impression is that the bill sets up a framework that then would be funded by the administration.
Right.
So, and I know in the fiscal note they mentioned $15 million. Was that for the administration, for the actual, that's for the vouchers?
Oh, no, that's for the actual vouchers.
Yeah, okay, so that 15 million, I mean, how many people will that, what percentage of the people who need a voucher will that address? Would it be all of them, half of them? Any idea?
I think we calculated that we could get up to 1,000 people.
1,000 people?
Via the voucher, or somewhere in the 600 to 1,000 range.
Okay. All right. First question goes to Delegate Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question for either Delegate Wilkins or Delegate Stewart. Just to clarify, so this is only for people or families that are on the federal wait list, correct?
Yes, correct.
So if that's the case, if you could just walk me through what happens if, once they're approved for the state version, do they fall off the federal wait list? Do they stay on the federal wait list? And then when the federal wait list, when their time on there is up, they switch from state to federal? Just what is the mechanism there, if you may?
That's a great question, and I'll ask Delegate Stewart to chime in as well. But the vision is that we are looking at those wait lists and prioritizing individuals who I mentioned, children, veterans, those who are homeless, those who are disabled, and our seniors. And that once the federal voucher, they would stay on the federal list. And once the federal voucher has an opportunity available, that they would then move there, and that would open up a spot on the state voucher for someone someone else to come in.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The goal is basically to target people that are on the wait list and to try to keep them housed with state funds for as long as needed until they come off the federal wait list, and then they would receive federal funds. Now, depending on the appropriation that we get, it may not be possible because sometimes these wait lists can be 10 or 12 years long. So in some cases, it may not be possible to keep people on state funds, on state dollars, the entirety of the time that they are on this federal wait list. But that's the hope, that's the intent, is that basically the state can be a bridge to get them to those federal dollars.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wondered if you, I saw that my county, Baltimore County, submitted favorable with amendments, and if you had a chance to look at that, or if you had a copy of it and had any comments about any of their proposed amendments. I don't want to read it if you haven't, because it's fairly long, but I just wondered if.
I have not seen
Okay.
it yet, but I did meet with a group of public housing agencies a couple of days ago, and there are some technical changes that they'd like to make, and so we're going to work to ensure that the bill is smooth and workable for the locals who would be administering it. So
Great.
absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to you both for this bill. I think it's a great idea. I just wondered if in coming up with this idea, you looked at the issue of, excuse me, portability, the fact that federal vouchers can be taken out of state, and that's not going to be the case, obviously, with these vouchers, correct? Are there any pros or cons to that, and do you see any way to work, between federal and state vouchers where, say, somebody with a state voucher wants to move out of state, has not been able to get the federal voucher yet? Could there be any kind of maybe swapping scenario? Have you given any thought to that at all?
I think in general, with it being state dollars, I think we would want to make sure that those folks, it does require that they're Maryland resident, but what you're saying is someone who wants to move out of the state, who's a current Maryland resident, probably that wants to move out of the state. I think that that's something that the committee could consider or explore, but in general, for us to be utilizing the state dollars, I think we might be a little bit hesitant around portability and folks who want to move out of the state.
Okay.
Yeah, and this would really be the first of its kind in the nation. I mean, New Jersey does have a program that's akin to a voucher, so in that way it'd be a second in the nation. And maybe one day we could come up with some sort of, creative reciprocity agreement with New Jersey. But I think right now, in terms of the limited state dollars that we have, it's probably not going to be realistic to be funding people who are living in some other state because of the paucity of these
Right.
state-level programs nationwide.
Right. Too new a concept,
Yeah.
so. Thank you for
But
the.
maybe one day, maybe we'll be a model, and then we can eventually link
Right.
up with some other states.
Okay, thank you for your ingenuity. Great bill, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. A simple question. If the $15 million is approved, will that be formula-driven?
In terms of how the money is doled out to the jurisdictions, yes. The bill dictates to DHCD that they'll create a formula. And what we are envisioning is that we all remember the rental assistance funds. We're envisioning something similar to that formula that DHCD would utilize in order to administer and create a formula that would ensure that jurisdictions got the appropriate amount of funds.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much, Delegate Wilkins, for bringing this bill. I am looking right now at favorable testimony with amendments from Disability Rights Maryland. Have you had a chance to look at that or meet with them about their concerns that the language of the bill actually precludes them from some of the protections that they would have under the federal language? And are you willing to work on that? I'm sorry.
Yes, I have met with them, and our working group here that includes MMHA and others are just going through those amendments and those technical changes. So we'll be back with the committee around some of those changes that need to take place.
Okay,
including that one.
Okay,
Yes, I met
thank you.
with
That
them.
one's very important
Thank
to me,
you.
so I appreciate your
Yep.
response.
Any other questions for the sponsors and the witnesses?
We do have Mr. Greenfield here now.
Yes,
if you want a photo, and even if you don't want testimony.
It's in my mind's eye.
No,
That's good enough.
My apologies, Mr. Chairman.
for the visual.
This bill is being heard at the Senate at the
Yeah,
same time, but I'm really here. I listened, and the sponsors, of course, did a great job. I'm really here for that photo op. I mean, when else would I be sitting with
Really,
these two wonderful delegates?
who needs photography when it can be burned in your memory? I mean,
But I do want to thank
Yeah, we have
both
recorded.
Delegate Wilkins and Delegate Stewart for their support on this issue and their leadership. We've worked closely with Chairman Gazzoni in the Senate from a budget standpoint to really create this, I think, new innovative program with identifiable resources and to really mirror the Housing Choice Voucher Program and address those folks that are on the waiting list and prioritize it with specific demographics for people who are housing insecure.
Okay.
So with that, I respectfully request a favorable report.
All right, thank you very much. Let's go to the people who are signed up as favorable with amendments, and they would be, well, for the in-person people, Ryan Washington, Miranda Willems, and David Prater. So if the three of you are here, if you could come up. Well, two of you are here. Welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes. Tell us what your amendment would be.
Yes, and I'll begin. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Ryan Washington with the Apartment Office Building Association. We love this bill. This bill is one of the things that we are huge on advocating to preserve affordable housing, keep our residents housed, and just to address some of the increases in cost that we've been experiencing throughout the state. AOBA, however, agrees with the affordable housing providers and voucher program administrators that the formula for the administrative cost is far too low. We would like to work with the bill sponsor on just aligning that with HUD's current standards. But with that, we're very favorable with this legislation. Thank you. And I'm open for any questions.
All right. Mr. Prater.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is David Prater. I'm a managing attorney at Disability Rights Maryland. Just for a little bit of background, I've been representing voucher holders with disabilities for approximately 10 years. This is a very important issue for the disability community. Just to give you an idea of the challenges that our constituents face. Folks who receive SSI benefits, that's $841 a month. The average rent for a one-bedroom apartment in Maryland is $1,111 a month. They're essentially priced out of the market. And what happens with folks with disabilities who are priced out of the market is they end up in far more expensive institutional settings like nursing homes, emergency rooms, probably about $50,000 a day to house someone in that sort of setting. We have quite extensive technical amendments to the bill to ensure that the intent of the legislation is advanced, which is to mirror as close as possible the protections and rights that participants have in the federal voucher program. As Delegate Wilkins mentioned, we have met. I don't think these are controversial. I think they're pretty straightforward, so hopefully we'll get there on these, but it's important that these amendments be included. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? There don't appear to be, oh, excuse me, there are a couple of people who were signed up virtually, pardon me. We have Sarah Basehart and Chelsea Andrews. Sarah or Chelsea, are you with us? Both are. Okay. Sarah, why don't you go first, and then I'll recognize Chelsea Andrews.
Thank you. I'm Sarah Basehart. I'm the Executive Director of Independence Now. We're a nonprofit center for independent living serving people of all ages with disabilities in Prince George's and Montgomery County. And I'm happy to be here to testify in favor of House Bill 826 with the amendments that Disability Rights Maryland has presented. For the past 10 years, housing has been a major focus for our consumers and our advocacy. At any given time, we're working with about 100 people who are in need of housing. Our staff support individuals with disabilities to apply for housing waiting lists that are open, but in many areas, including Prince George's County, the waiting lists are not open. So it's not possible to even apply for subsidized housing or housing vouchers. Consumers wait years once they are on a waiting list for housing opportunity, often during difficult and inaccessible living situations. Passing this bill and beginning to fund a statewide rental assistance housing voucher program would open one more door for our consumers.
Go ahead, complete your thought.
And many other Marylanders who are in desperate need of affordable, accessible, safe housing. It's clear we're never going to have enough federal funding to make that happen, and so starting a state stream would be very important to all of these individuals waiting for housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Andrews, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I am Chelsea Andrews, Executive Director of the Housing Opportunities Commission of Montgomery County. The Housing Opportunities Commission is Montgomery County's public housing authority, serving over 14,000 households, including approximately 8,000 recipients of federal housing choice vouchers. Our combined wait list for housing assistance has nearly 40,000 applicants, and an average wait to receive a housing choice voucher is 6.5 years. As you already know, our county is one of the most expensive places to live in the in the country, and suffers from a severe shortage of affordable housing. As a result, HOC enthusiastically supports this legislation to create a statewide voucher program and provide more resources to assist families while they're waiting for federal aid. We want to commend the sponsors for their efforts and hope it is swiftly adopted. We have suggested a technical amendment to ensure that the administrative fee formula provides enough resources for housing authorities to be able to administer this new program, and we are very grateful to Delegate Wilkins for her willingness to work with us to make adjustments. Thank you for your time, and we hope that you will support this much needed legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for any of these witnesses? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. That ends the public hearing on House Bill 826. I don't see Delegate Ampry out there, so we will go to, what are we going to go to? We're going to go to House Bill 830, Delegate Terraza.
Oh my goodness. It's warm. Mr. Chairman, there are a number of people here in support, but not enough room to bring up all those I would consider on my panel, so.
Speaking.
Yeah. All of the above, and I think Tom Clark's here. I know you'll wait, okay. Excellent. Okay, thank you. All right, good afternoon, Chairman Barvey and Vice Chair Stein, esteemed members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Jen Terraza, and this is Delegate Mary Lehman. Thank you for the opportunity to present HB 830. Just to note, this is cross-filed with Senator Feldman's SB 477. This bill is modeled after a Howard County bill I sponsored in 2018 that has since been recognized as a model for other jurisdictions across the country. And Delegate Lehman and I began working on trying to do the same here on the state level since we came to Annapolis. A couple years ago, a modified version of the bill passed, but it only required builders to offer, in new single-family homes, to offer EV charging infrastructure as an option. And frankly, that isn't enough to meet the need to accelerate EV adoption in Maryland and meet our climate goals, and residential charging is essential in that effort. As you know, Maryland passed legislation in 2008 which requires the state to follow the vehicle emission standards set by California, and like 13 other states, we continue to follow the California law and the California mandate for zero-emission vehicles. Under these standards, Maryland will require motor vehicle manufacturers to deliver a certain percentage of zero-emission vehicles to dealers. Here's what's required. By 2026, they have to be 35%, 27%, 43%, 28%, 51%, and 35%, 100%. Under these standards, manufacturers can only deliver vehicles in proportion to those standards, and today's EVs account for only about 6% of new vehicle sales. According to the U.S. Department of Energy, around 80% of vehicle charging occurs at home, and accessibility of home charging is currently a major barrier to residents who may want to buy electric vehicles but can't because they can't charge up at home. Retrofitting EV charging infrastructure presents significant challenges and can be 2 to 4 times more expensive than installation during new construction, and can be nearly impossible in a townhouse community with no driveways and no way to plug into a home. In many cases, the only option is to run a cord across communal sidewalks or convince the HOA to bring in EV charging stations on communal open space. 830 is a vital part of the solution. By installing EV charging infrastructure as common practice during new construction, we reduce the cost of installation and make it more feasible for Marylanders to buy electric vehicles. So what does the bill do? For new family and townhouses with garage and carport or driveways, they'll be required to be EV ready. In townhomes without garages and multifamily house, the builder must provide 1 dedicated EV parking space for each 25 units. And this applies under the bill also when it's undergoing a significant renovation. Just a quick word about cost. For a single-family townhomes with driveways, during new construction, the charging outlet is really identical or close to identical, I guess we can ask the expert here, to that of an electric clothes dryer, and average cost is about $1,300. Multifamily homes, the cost is about $2,500 to $3,000 per space, and remember, however, they're only 1 per 25 units. Unless there's a significant renovation, retrofitting after the fact is considerably more expensive. For example, 2016 Oakland, California study found that installing 2 EV-ready circuits cost $1,280 during new construction, but $6,260 as a retrofit. And now I'm going to turn it over to Delegate Lehman.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Delegate Terraza. For the record, I'm Delegate Mary Lehman, and I'm very pleased to co-propose this bill with Delegate Terraza. So most of the building industry will be testifying favorable with amendments, and we do welcome the opportunity to work with them. However, there is some opposition testimony, including written testimony from MACO that claims there will be public safety issues with underground electrical wiring that is not mapped and then could somehow inadvertently be struck later during construction or utility work. Well, all such wiring will require public permits, so Miss Utility will be able to locate them. We do not believe this will pose a problem. In fact, we were kind of surprised by those concerns. But other opposition testimony that surfaced a few times claimed that HB 830 will actually jeopardize efforts to build new affordable housing. EV infrastructure costs on a per unit basis really should not create a financial hardship, and we want to emphasize that we obviously want to see our lower income neighbors have the same opportunity to charge their cars at home. So in conclusion, if we want folks to switch to EVs, we need to make it possible for them to plug in safely and conveniently at home, where people are spending more and more of their time, including working from home. And it's important to remember, I think this doesn't often come up, but housing that is built today or next month or next year is going to be around for many, many decades, after most motorists are already driving EVs. So it's not too soon to enact this bill. HB 830 will save Marylanders money, it will make it more convenient for consumers to switch over to EVs, and it will reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. We urge your favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to go next?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Tom Clark. I'm with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 26. I really love HB 830. It takes care of a need specifically for low income. Not everybody has a Tesla and a 3-car garage, and I think this is it helps out the people that really need it. As for building and the builders, I'm sure we had the same conversation about indoor plumbing 100 years ago. I did not give testimony on that. About 80 years ago, we had the same thing with electrical washers and dryers and indoor AC. So now it's time for electrical vehicle chargers. It's what the residents want, for sure. I'm going to use plumbing, indoor plumbing, as an example. If you did not get indoor plumbing, after the house is built, you can come in and do it. It's going to cost 10 times as much. It's going to be obtrusive. You're going to dig. And the same thing with the electrical vehicle charger, not at the same extent, but you're going to have to dig, especially in an apartment building. You're going to be 100 feet away from your car. So they're going to have to dig all that asphalt, the concrete, the grass, everything to that point. And then each home individual will do it. That's not the worst part. The worst part, if you didn't do anything and someone has 3 or 4 cords going to their car, these cords when it rains and when children play, and we have pictures of a cord going into a sliding glass door. So intruders were a problem there. So it's time for electrical vehicle chargers. Right now, I think it'll work. I think HB 830 is a brilliant idea right now. It'll be a necessity 20 years from now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Who would like to go next?
Good afternoon. My name is Bob Francis. I'm the Director of the Howard County Department of Inspections, Licenses, and Permits. I'm here representing County Executive Calvin Ball, who has provided his own written testimony. As Delegate Terraza had mentioned, this bill is very similar to one that she sponsored and shepherded through approval when she was on the County Council. Since that bill was passed, our department is responsible essentially for permitting new construction. And in the year 2019 and forward, since that bill has been passed and taken effect, we've permitted over 2,841 new single-family dwelling and townhouses, and every one of those new single-family dwellings and townhouses, with very few exceptions, they always have a driveway, a carport, or garage. With very few exceptions, all of those dwellings were provided with the infrastructure to provide very easily a level 2 EV charging station in retrofit. The wiring, the panel capacity is all there in place for the building to be upgraded to add an EV charging station should the homeowner decide to do that. On the multifamily side, where you have common communal parking spaces or a large parking lot, as the bill, again, I don't know what the numbers here are in the state, but on the county side, a certain number of depending on how many parking spaces are provided, a certain number of EV charging stations are provided for public use, which again is very much in line with the goals of County Executive Ball to provide as many publicly accessible charging stations as possible. And again, in that 4-year period since this bill was passed, I can't give you the exact number of parking spaces that have been provided, but we've permitted over 28 multifamily residential projects. And each one of those has provided, 2, 4, 6 or more EV charging stations for those residential projects. And I'm free to answer any questions you may have.
All right. Bill Kress is signed up also. Bill, I see you out there. Why don't you come up and we'll recognize you. And if Josh Fisher is here from the, there you are. And Craig Orland from Honda Motor. And then we'll go to questions for the people who are purely in favor.
All right, I think I'll go first, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, my name is Josh Fisher. I'm here on behalf of the Alliance for Automotive Innovation. We are a trade association representing the vehicle manufacturers that are producing the most vehicles sold in the U.S. Our automaker members are committed to an electrified future for personal transportation, and that is why we are here today to request a favorable report for House Bill 830. It is really the right policy at the right time as Maryland considers its electrified transportation future and climate goals. And a lack of charging infrastructure is going to be a major problem in Maryland for Maryland consumers and residents in the years ahead. And that's because, as the delegate mentioned earlier, Maryland currently follows California's Advanced Clean Cars program. And last year, California updated that program to require the 100% EV-only sales by 2035. But the challenge is really much sooner than that. That's because, as the sponsor said, in 2026, the first year of the new program, 1 in 3 vehicles that our manufacturers deliver to their dealers in Maryland will have to be an electric vehicle. It's a requirement. It's not a goal. It's not an aspiration. It is a legal requirement with significant financial penalties per vehicle if our members don't comply. And in 2028, half of all vehicles our members deliver to their dealers will be an electric vehicle. So 1 out of every 2 new vehicles delivered to a dealership lot will be an electric vehicle in 5 years. And the numbers go up and up and up. And that's why right now, Maryland's charging lacks. But this bill and these policies contained in it will set Maryland on a path to actually make these requirements for EV sales achievable. And we also think a special attention should be paid to underserved areas to ensure that they have access to affordable, convenient home charging. You know, folks in multi-unit dwellings often lack that ability to install charging themselves, and this bill will go a long way to making sure those residents have safe, affordable, convenient charging at home. And we'd again urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill, or who would like to go next?
Craig, you want to go next?
Craig, okay.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Craig Orland from the American Honda Motor Company. Like the rest of our industry, Honda is rapidly working to electrify our fleet. Next year, we'll be releasing the next generation of fully electric vehicles, including the Honda Prologue and the Acura ZDX. By 2030, we plan to have 30 different EV models for sale in the U.S., with our fleet fully electrified by 2040. As Josh mentioned, we expect Maryland to adopt California's ACC2 regulations later this year, which are going to require automakers to dramatically increase the sales of their electric vehicles over the next several years. ACC2 sets very aggressive targets, especially considering the headwinds our industry faces as we try to get consumers to accept this technology. One of the biggest headwinds that's already been mentioned is a lack of available charging infrastructure, which is why this legislation is so important. Charging an EV is fundamentally different than what consumers are used to with gasoline-powered vehicles. The first question customers ask our dealers when considering purchasing an EV is, where am I going to charge this? Currently, nearly 80% of vehicle charging takes place at home or work, and promoting home and workplace charging will not only make charging more convenient for customers, but it's critical to minimizing potential impacts to the electric grid. HB 830 will set modest goals to ensure that new housing units are EV ready, regardless of whether those units are single-family homes or multi-unit dwellings, ensuring equity in the EV revolution. While this legislation will add some cost to new construction, as has already been discussed, EV readiness will soon be a necessity, much like broadband capability. And installing these features on new construction projects now is significantly cheaper than doing it after the fact. In order to ensure that vehicle electrification efforts are successful, we need to start building out the necessary infrastructure as soon as possible. And this legislation is a fantastic first step in ensuring that customers will have access to the necessary EV infrastructure and help ensure Maryland remains a leader in setting environmental policies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before I recognize Bill Kress, I noticed that there's a Donald Mock from Howard County who also signed up. If you'd like to come up and testify, or are you here to answer questions? Either one.
I can just be here to answer questions.
If you have testimony, we'd love to hear you. Oh, okay. All right. In that case, we'll go to Bill Kress.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Bill Kress here today on behalf of the Alliance for Automotive Innovation. Three previous witnesses testified about the California emission standards, but I want to go back and hit on those numbers again, just so to drive the point home. In 2008, I believe in this committee room, then chaired by Delegate McIntosh, we had a bill called the California Clean Cars Bill. And Governor O'Malley testified in support of that bill. And the industry back in those days were opposed, but now we're all in. There's tens of billions, if not hundreds of billions of dollars being invested in electric vehicles. So what we have today is the prospect of Maryland following the California emission standards, specifically the Advanced Clean Cars Rule. I know you heard the numbers, but let me say those numbers again. In 2026, 35% of the vehicles we deliver and sell to the dealers must be electric vehicles. 27, it's 43%, and in 28, it's 51%. We have to deliver in those ratios, and if we don't, we're subject to penalties. Now, whether the dealers can actually sell those vehicles, that remains to be seen, but what we need is charging infrastructure. With respect to townhouses and single-family homes, the cost is minimal. The material cost is less than $700. You're talking about $25 for a circuit breaker, cable at $7 a foot, and $100 for a receptacle box and cover. When it gets to multifamily houses, we recognize the cost is greater. But again, this is the policy of the state of Maryland, and in order to support the policies, we need assistance with building out charging, especially for multifamily homes, because if we don't go in this direction, you'll have the haves and the have-nots. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We have a number of Yeah, we have a number of questions. First goes to Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegates Tarasa and Lehman, for this bill. You mentioned the cost and challenges of retrofitting for existing communities. Do you have any examples of that you've seen?
Yeah, thank you, Delegate Ruth, for that question. Unfortunately, I didn't bring all the pictures that I did last year, but I'm happy to provide the committee with them. Pictures of people dragging their cords across public property, et cetera. But I actually have a newer example in my community. People asked for EV infrastructure, and the community did not, the board didn't want to put in communal ones. So they said you can put in individual ones, because we passed a bill that said you can't unreasonably interfere with that. And I have the policy here in writing that you can do that, but you have to get $1 million insurance policy in order to put in charging in your one space. So I appreciate the question.
$1 million, and so that's for an individual?
That's for each person who wants to put in an EV charging station in their spot, you have to have $1 million policy.
Okay.
I have it in writing. I see crinkled faces over there, but I'll show it to you.
Wow. And so the MMHA, which I think they're probably going to be testifying later, they talk about the requirement for retrofitting. That it says they recommend amending the bill to limit it to new construction projects only. But your bill only requires the retrofits if they're doing renovations anyway. Is that correct?
Delegate, if I could just respond. First of all, we've been working with the stakeholders on amendments, and we're getting close. We've been putting in some time at the direction of Senator Feldman to try to get amendments done. With respect to renovations, it's two conditions. One, you're upgrading the electric panel. So if it's in a single-family home or a townhouse, it's very easy to add on a convenience outlet, a 240-volt outlet, minimal cost. Or if you're doing trenching in a parking lot for multifamily housing. At that point, it makes sense to go ahead and put in the conduit, put in the chargers. And we think that's a reasonable approach. But again, we're working on amendments with the stakeholders.
Great, thank you. Mr. Chair, may I ask one? Thank you so much. This is for the gentleman from Howard County. I'm sorry, I forgot your name. So this type of policy has been in effect in Howard County, you mentioned. And you also mentioned some new permitting that's happened since then. So do you think that this policy has interfered with the ability to develop new residential?
No, not at all. It's fairly seamless. The comments about the ease and the lack of expense during new construction is very much on point. It's been very seamless.
Great, thank you.
Next question goes to Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to follow up on Delegate Ruth's questions about the renovation aspect. First of all, let me say thank you, delegates, for bringing this bill. I think it's sorely needed, especially with respect to new construction, and it does level the playing field, so that's really important. I do want to explore a little more about the renovation, and I understand that this would be specific kinds of renovation would be involved in this, but do you have an estimate on, maybe you've said this already, on how much it would cost to include the upgrades for electric vehicles?
So with respect to a single-family home or a townhome, it's relatively inexpensive to upgrade. So the unknown aspect of the cost is where's the panel located? Where's the receptacle going to be located? If it's a driveway facing the street where you have the service entrance cable coming in, feeding the panel, it's right near the garage, it's going to be minimal expense to put in an outlet. The same thing with the townhome. If you have a single-family home with the panel in the back of the house, you've got to put the receptacle in the front of the house. It's not going to be $700 or $800. It might be $1,500 because of the expense of labor. When you're talking about multifamily housing, it's much more difficult to give you a number. We recognize that it's expensive, but we think it's the right policy. We've got to do something to make sure those folks have charging options.
Yeah, and I agree with that. Thank you. If I could, Mr. Chair, follow up. In terms of the renovation, requirements, those costs, in the case of a single-family home or perhaps a townhome, would be borne by the homeowner. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then my second part of that question is for Delegate Terraza, who's familiar with this on the local level. So how would that work in terms of the renovation? So that then becomes part of the inspection process, that someone comes in and inspects the electrical work, and then that would be a requirement with that? Or?
Yeah, I have to, I should clarify, I didn't have the significant renovation in my bill, but I'm sure that Mr. Francis can speak to how that might work.
The definition of renovation in House Bill 830 it describes a heavy up of the electrical service. That would absolutely require an electrical permit. A licensed electrician would have to be doing that work, and it would require our inspectors to go out and inspect that at the conclusion of that work.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I thought I did.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate Terraza, just looking through some of the opposition to this bill, I just want to give you a chance to clarify. Does this bill mandate the removal of gas stoves and the installation of electric ranges?
It does not.
All right, thank you.
Important factoid. Okay, thank you very much. Let's go to the people who are signed up favorable with amendments. Bob Enton, Brian Anliu, Lori Graff, and Tom Ballantyne.
Sorry.
Who'd like to go first?
I'll start out, Mr. Chairman, if it's
All
all
right.
right with you. Thank you. Robert Enton on behalf of the Maryland Building Industry Association, and with me is Lori Graff, the CEO, and Tom Ballantyne is here as well. As you heard from Mr. Kress, we have been spending a really considerable amount of time meeting with the other interested parties on this issue and trying to come up with a resolution. You have the written testimony of Ms. Graff, and I think you'll hear more detail from her and from Mr. Ballantyne about where those discussions, seem to be leading and where they stand at this moment. But I do think that there are a number of issues, particularly dealing with renovations of existing properties, and particularly dealing with a number of issues, particularly dealing with renovations of existing properties, and also dealing with multifamily properties. And it's a really a whole different ballgame when it comes to the cost. I think we have to recognize that even as we go forward with this, there are still going to be a huge percentage, a significant percentage of people that are not going to have electric vehicles. And we have to try to, I think, to balance everything out, and that's what we're trying to do, is to come up with something that's not going to significantly increase the cost of housing, because there are no free lunches out there. Somebody's going to pay for this. The cost to the builder, the cost to the developer is going to be passed on to the buyer. Hopefully there may be some public funding involved. But, we look forward to trying to continue to work this out and come up with a reasonable solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Who'd like to go next? Tom?
With your permission, Mr. Chairman,
Sure.
I'll go next. Tom Ballantyne with NIOP Maryland. We're a commercial real estate trade association, and our members build quite a bit of mixed-use multifamily product in the state. And our members intend to serve the changing needs of their members as electric vehicle use increases. We recognize the necessity of preparing for an electrified transportation sector. We're here in support with amendment for those reasons. We do think that the electric vehicle adoption and accelerating it is going to require continued work on a competitive, kind of a comprehensive framework that can equitably divide the costs and the responsibilities between the various stakeholders. For this bill, we're particularly concerned about the challenges of retrofitting existing multifamily buildings, especially those that are also due to comply with Senate Bill 528 from 2022. We believe the definition of major renovation should be made consistent with building code definitions. We think it's a fairly low bar. And for both renovations and new construction, we're concerned that the capital costs of installing infrastructure and securing electricity capacity may remain unused for quite a while before it provides a return on investment, need some attention. Bringing power to a site and reserving it with electric utilities can be costly. Even if you don't use it, you may have to pay for it. A Southern California Edison Charge Ready Pilot Program report for the second quarter of 2019 noted $2.4 million in off-site utility infrastructure that was required for 75 sites in that program. So there are concerns that we have, but we think on the new construction side, a framework is achievable, and we've been working towards that end.
Okay, who'd like to go next? Lori?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Lori Graff, CEO of Maryland Building Industry Association. We are happy to be here in support with amendments as well. I'm not going to beat a dead horse and talk too much about what Mr. Ballantyne did, but I do want to touch on a few things, specifically on the renovation piece of it. Again, we would like to see that definition changed. But I do want to point out, this is for single families. It is very challenging to come up with a price on that, and it would be borne by the homeowner, but you could have be paving your driveway, and that would be currently could fall under this definition. So we do think that there is some costs that are not necessarily low, and we would like to see that definition changed. Also, you know, these projects take a long time to get into fruition, so we would like to see some grandfathering for bigger projects specifically that have already started the process. We do need to make sure that we have the load and those types of things. We also want to make sure that the electric vehicles are included in the parking count with the local jurisdictions. It's obviously always a challenge and something I've talked about with this committee in the past. So with that, we've had many conversations, as has been said, with the advocates, and we continue to try to work on that and hope that we can come to a conclusion this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Brian.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Brian Anley with the Apartment Office Building Association in Metro DC. AOBA members support efforts to expand electric vehicle capacity throughout the state. However, our members are concerned about the cost of adding EV charging stations to existing multifamily housing units that undergo significant renovations. As you've already heard, there are significant challenges and costs with doing so, and so we urge the committee to amend out existing housing units. These costs come at a time when the rental housing industry is already under significant strain due to partly the pandemic, but a number of other state and local mandates, including the building energy performance standards and potentially sprinkler retrofits. And so, again, we urge the committee to exempt out or amend out existing housing units from the bill and only apply it to new construction. Thank you.
Okay, we have a question from Delegate Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, I guess it could be Lori or either one of you, but in the renovation world, you know, sometimes these older homes especially, you rent it, as part of the bill talks about upgrading the electrical panel. And it's not uncommon for, you know, older homes, 50, 60, 70 years old, to want to upgrade to a new breaker system. Some of them still have bus fuses, and even if they have an older breaker system, sometimes they upgrade. Under this bill, it could, and this is my question, require the panel to be larger than what they intended. So say they wanted to put in a 100 amp panel, it's a significant cost difference between a 100 amp panel and a 200 amp panel, which would basically be the next step, 150 or 200 amp. Wouldn't you agree with that? And number two, a lot of these older homes, panels are not necessarily near where the parking is, so the cost to get it over the line over where it would be convenient could be really high on people that really don't have any intention of buying an electric vehicle, but under duress are having to upgrade their electric service because of, you know, an aging infrastructure. So wouldn't it make sense? Would you be amenable, I guess, in your thoughts, to some of these older homes being kind of exempt or at least treated differently because of the potential high cost. It's not a low cost, because I do renovation, it's not a low cost to do this.
So the answer is, in short, yes. When I was doing research on this, a lot of people don't realize we do represent remodelers. So I reached out to a lot of our remodelers to ask about this. And the price is all over the place. I mean, it could be depending on your house, depending on your panel. There's a lot of variables, distance, those types of things. So it could be very costly. Again, this is borne on the homeowner, but they're already doing renovations in some cases. But what we would look at is probably changing that definition, and we've had some conversations. We don't have anything concrete yet, but changing that definition of major renovations that would kind of take care of some of that. But that is a huge concern. I had one of our members said, I just got a new stove and I had to change some stuff on the panel. Right. This would have required me to completely put a whole new, even higher upgrade.
And that's part of my point is that, say you're going from a gas stove to an electric stove, which would require some of these older homes to upgrade their panel, but if they had to upgrade again for a level 2 charger or whatever the requirements may be, it may require them to hey Barry, would you dock that boat? Good Lord. I got my hearing aids in today, I'll tell you. But I almost lost my train of thought. But you know, sometimes you're upgrading your electric because you're upgrading from a gas LP or natural gas stove to an electric system, which is another initiative over here this year. So you may, because of this bill, have to bump up to the next panel. Would you agree with that from a renovation standpoint, which is significantly higher, isn't that so?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Healy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And my question is kind of the mirror image of that dialogue. And I wanted to ask the representative from AOBA about, are you party to this discussion about changing the definition in the bill to something that would work better for your organization?
We have not been, but we're happy to engage on the issue. Again, I think the challenge with multifamily is that it can vary considerably depending on the type of parking on the property.
Let me just get to my question then.
Sure.
Because, I mean, I understand the issue for, you know, your individual units and so forth, but sometimes a large apartment building, you know, they close down, they empty it out, and they do major renovations, and they upgrade everything. They put in all kinds of new everything. And it seems like that would be a moment when you could also put this kind of major upgrade in with all that, because it's when you're finished with that process, these units are going to be more expensive. They're going to be aimed at a different area of the market. And I wondered if you have considered that as like part of what you might be able to work with.
Yeah, again, I'm happy to take that back to my members and report back to the committee and work with the other stakeholders on that potential amendment. I don't know, and I can't say for sure how many of my members are doing that level of renovation presently, just given the difficult economic times that the industry is facing currently. But sure, if there's a certain scale of renovation, as you mentioned, that is more extensive than just electrical panel upgrades or trenching in the parking lot, that is going to require, you know, much more in terms of capital investments, and, you know, perhaps they'd be more open to that.
You're putting in all new equipment, all new appliances, and upgrading the whole operation. You might be able to consider this as part of what is being done. But the other question is another kind of renovation that you may be involved in, because I've seen some proposals for this, to turn some office buildings into combined office residential, and that obviously is going to entail a lot of renovation in a building that's an office building, to turn it into, you know, every other floor being residential or something like that. That's another issue, but that's the kind of thing I think might fit into this kind of definition. Don't you think so?
Perhaps, and I know Delegate Stewart has a bill to sort of help fund and incentivize those types of projects. I can tell you when those conversions do happen, you're not seeing a ton of it in the DC metro region, and particularly in Montgomery County, because they're, the types of buildings that can be converted are from office to residential. They have to be very specific in terms of floor plates and layouts and things like that. And so those projects can be very costly, very risky, but certainly I think it's worth having a conversation around.
Thank you very much.
Before I recognize Delegate Ziegler, I just want to make a comment about this because I know you talk to the people in the industry. Currently, as you know, my wife and I sold our house and we're in an apartment in Rockville Town Center. We both have electric cars and we just plug them into normal wall sockets, which is not super fast, but every morning when I get to my car, the battery's full. It only adds 5 miles of range per hour, which is slow, but you know, my wife drives like 19,000 miles a year as a workers' comp judge, and she almost never goes to use chargers. So just to everybody within here who's listening to this, I mean, obviously a washer dryer. A plug, the 240 volt plug is ideal. That's 25 to 30 miles of range per hour, but you'd be surprised at how much utility you can get out of just a regular wall socket. There, I feel so much better that I said that. Delegate Ziegler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, although you kind of messed up my comment with what you just said, but I'm going to say it anyway. So a couple of things. I think the market, to a large extent, is going to mean that new construction has charging. I mean, people are just going to want it, right? They're going to start buying electric cars, and it's going to be difficult to rent out an apartment that doesn't have a convenient way to charge it, other than Chair Barvey's method. But I am really, really worried about the homeowner who is perhaps aging, looking to renovate to age in place, needing to put in, ramps or what have you, or somebody who gets disabled, or somebody who just has a house that is kind of falling apart, but they don't have a lot of money. And I really don't want any of our environmental initiatives to kind of make an even bigger gap between the haves and have-nots in our world. That just seems like the wrong direction to be going. So I was looking at the Mako testimony, and they talk about Frederick County requiring tubing that would allow for, that costs very little, but would allow for a future installation. So I don't know who even to direct this to, but I just wondered if you could comment on that.
I think everywhere in the industry, we're talking about the level of pre-positioning of infrastructure within buildings and outside of buildings, and the service, the electric service that's required to run it at ever higher levels, and how to time that with the kind of the blossoming of electric vehicle industry and the use of them by consumers. We're concerned about putting infrastructure in place that'll become obsolete as technologies change, and that is put in place very early on and then really doesn't have a customer for many years. But figuring out how to time it so that it works in synchronicity is important. To Delegate Barvey's, Chairman Barvey's statement, we're not able to put a level 2 charger or the kind of a plug that you described in under the terms of this bill, and it probably doesn't scale up well with that kind of technology because it needs to be automated. We'd need the ability to manage loads at different times of the day within big buildings anyway. And it's something that's important to keep in mind. We think preparing for this in a way that allows us to put in some sort of infrastructure today at lower levels and ramp it up as the market develops is the way to phase it in.
Okay. There appear to be no further questions, so we'll go to the opponent to the bill, Lisa May with the Maryland Realtors. So And while Lisa's coming up here, well, she's there.
I'm here.
Okay. Go
I
ahead.
moved quickly, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. Lisa May with Maryland Realtors, and I'll be very brief because the substantial renovation portion of this bill is what we are most concerned about. Delegate Jacobs covered most of it, the expense, the disruption, you know, all of that for people who may or may not even own EV vehicles at this time. That said, we have been supportive of legislation like the one that Delegate Terrassa has already passed to give consumers information so that they can make good decisions, financially responsible decisions in their lives. The amendments from the builders and others here on the panel before me do show some promise. We don't know if we will get to a point where we can support those, but we are certainly open to those discussions and want to make this bill work for everyone. So thank you.
Yeah, you know, there's a major electric vehicle manufacturer who might be announcing tomorrow that they're planning to build a $25,000 vehicle, maybe. Who knows? I mean, of course, that manufacturer is renowned for overselling what they do. So any questions for the realtors? Here we go. Delegate Lehman.
Thank you. Could you please specify on your concern about major renovations? Is that specific to just single-family homes, or do you have that concern about multifamily in towns as well?
Really, our concern is with single-family homes. Most townhomes are within an HOA, so those are slightly different animals. But what we heard from our members was largely single-family homes.
That's what I figured. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Delegate.
And thank you so much for your testimony. You know, the question I tend to have with sometimes the pushback with these bills is that the future is changing, and these things are becoming more prevalent. I mean, at what point within your industry does someone say we have to start moving with the wave and therefore make these things available to happen rather than say they can't happen?
Certainly. As I mentioned, you know, adding these at the new construction standpoint, or for instance, if a house is kind of being completely rebuilt from the studs, when you don't have walls, when you know, are going through that, then yes, the cost is marginal and it makes a whole lot of sense. You know, when you're doing renovations to an existing home that don't include that type of rebuild, you do have situations where, like on my personal residence, the electrical panel and the entrance from the street is on one side, my driveway and garage are completely on the other side of the property. And so in an instant like that, that would be a significant cost.
Certainly understandable. I'm just wondering at some point, when are we kind of going to come together and figure out how to make it work? Because it's happening. It's going to happen more and more. To the chairman's point, you know, he just charges regularly through a regular socket, and I don't know all the ins and outs about that, but it sounds like it's certainly doable. And I understand from Delegate Jacobs' point of view that it does come with a cost, but it sounds like it's, again, doable and it can be done if we come together and figure it out.
I think technology will help with some of that too, Delegate. You know, there is some movement at the federal level for standardizing some of this charging infrastructure, and when that occurs, you know, we may see some advances in this area that do bring the cost down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, there appear to be no further questions. Thank you very much, one and all. That ends the public hearing on House Bill 830. I see Marlon Ampry is here, so I'm going to invite him to come up here, and he has exactly 2 people testifying on his bill. So, Marlon, you got the floor. Welcome back, man.
Good to be back. I got stuck in the traffic jam that is the judiciary, so my apologies for being tardy.
All is forgiven.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. For the record, Delegate Marlon Ampry here in support of House Bill 728. It's good to be back, and where I call my roots. This is my roots here. Here in support of House Bill 728. So this bill is about predatory exclusive listing agreements that are proliferating throughout Maryland. As Marylanders work to recover from the financial hardships of the pandemic, certain real estate brokers are taking advantage by offering relatively small amounts of cash for exclusive listing rights. Often homeowners only only receive $400, $600 in exchange for a 40-year, say that again, 40-year exclusive listing agreements happening frequently in Baltimore, happening frequently in particularly the black parts of Baltimore. Not only is it extremely unequal, but they are high cost in order to get out of these agreements. MB Realty, a brokerage involved in this practice, charges a termination fee equal to 3% of the value of the home secured by a lien on the property. So imagine if you have this agreement in place, you get $1,000, you get $500 to help make ends meet. 15 years later, you realize, you know what, I want to sell this house, but I want to go to a different company to sell this house. You signed a 40-year agreement. In order to get out of that agreement, you got to pay 3% of the current value of the home. So we all expect our home values to go up in the next 15 years, right? So imagine how much money that's going to be a burden on these families. Again, 40-year agreement. The Baltimore Banner reported in October 2022 that roughly 400 of these agreements have been recorded in the city and county land records across Maryland, and likely more have been signed but not yet recorded. And also, this is an issue that's not in Baltimore. It's happening across the state, particularly on the Eastern Shore as well. So under HB 728, exclusive listing agreements entered into on or after June 1st, 2023 can only be effective for a period of 1 year by law. This will help protect Maryland homeowners from predatory schemes that take away their rights as homeowners for a disproportionate amount of compensation. We need legislation like this to regulate these highly pervasive agreements that are exploiting homeowners, misleading them into decades-long commitments that could cost them a lot in the end and their families. And ultimately, I urge a favorable report on House Bill 728, and I'm open to any questions that the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Why don't we take the informational testimony from Lisa May, and then we'll take questions.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. Again, Lisa May with Maryland Realtors. As the delegate mentioned, these practices are taking place here in Maryland, not just in Baltimore. We first heard about them in Southern Maryland and Prince George's County, then again on the Eastern Shore, and most recently in Frederick County, of these agreements being recorded in the land records. 4 states currently have active investigations into this practice by their attorneys general. But in the responses to those complaints, those providing homeowner benefit agreements have specifically stated that they are not, in fact, listing agreements. They are agreements to one day enter into a listing agreement that is distinct from the 40-year agreement. And that if a homeowner does not enter into a listing agreement in the future, that is when that termination penalty of 3% kicks in. Our written comments include an approach that some states are trying right now to address it. It's a national model bill from the American Land Title Association. If that is the direction that this committee wants to go, or if you want to amend the definition of listing agreement, we believe that that might be instructive to you going forward. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. First question goes to Delegate Long.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. For Lisa, so would this be classifying for anyone, for example, there's a senior who lives in the community, they're looking for some extra money, so they get into an agreement with some kind of company that says, I'll give you X amount of money if you allow us to sell your property, exclusive rights to be basically your real estate agent, and this is for 40 years, basically, is what you're saying. Has there been any research as far as retroactively going back, saying that it's not lawful to allow this to happen, or we're only looking at going now forward?
I believe that the Land Title Model Act does invalidate those that are already on the books. We understand from some of our counterparts around the country that some of the actions by their consumer protection divisions or their attorneys general would also look to invalidate those as predatory or as in conflict with other parts of their statutes.
Got it. So our AG is currently investigating?
I can't speak to the status of any investigation. I do know that the Attorney General's office has been made aware that these agreements exist and are in use in Maryland.
Great. I see they gave informational, but thank you so much. Thank you, Delegate. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Delegate Healy.
Thank you very much. I mean, I'm just shocked by the description of what this practice is. Has it been going on a long time in Maryland?
We first learned of it around May of last year, so just after the last General Assembly session completed. And it was about that time that we started hearing about this practice from other states as well.
Okay, and let me ask one more question. It seems to me, if I could.
Sure, I didn't know if this.
No, I just wanted to add that
sponsor wants to add.
there's also been an uptick in the usage of these agreements given the pandemic. So you're going people have been, people are falling on tough times. We're dealing with inflation, so there's been a rise in the uses of these agreements in communities that are seeing tough times. So I would also just want to highlight that as well.
Absolutely, I understand that. My last question for the realtors does the state organization or the national organization of realtors view this as unethical practice?
Delegate, we have very strong antitrust obligations at the federal level. And as of right now, the Maryland Real Estate Commission has found nothing in these agreements or the practices of the real estate licensees who offer them that violate our state Real Estate Brokerage Act. So therefore, because this is a legal practice, we do not have a position on a different business model, one over the other. As an ethical matter, a consumer or another real estate agent would be able to bring against a realtor to our organization an ethics complaint. I am not aware that any of those have been lodged with our organization as of right now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Delegate Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Delegate Ambry, for bringing this. So I'm actually familiar with this practice because I had two people come in to seek legal services with me at my firm, two of whom had entered into these agreements already, both of whom were Latina women, probably in their 50s or 60s, and both of whom lived in majority Latino neighborhoods who appear to have been targeted by this during the pandemic. But I'm going to play a little bit devil's advocate here, even though I support the bill, and I think this practice is extremely shady. But only because the first woman who came in, she had one of these agreements that was multi-decade, and I think she was given like $300 or something. And she was like regretful because I Googled the realty company when she was in my office, and it had like 1.5 stars on Google reviews with all these terrible reviews, not just because of these agreements, but because they were just bad, clearly at their job, just unhappy customers. And so she was irate because she was like, man, $300, and now whenever I sell my house, unless I want to pay this egregious fee, I'm locked into this absolutely terrible realty company. So then the second client comes in, and I was ready to Google them and sort of see the same result. But actually, I Googled that company, and they had really good reviews, and that client actually had been given a larger payment for a shorter period of time. And that person was actually like, honestly, like the reason that she was coming in, like, my husband passed away. I really needed money. If I hadn't gotten that, I think it was $1,000 or something. If I hadn't gotten that $1,000, I would have been evicted. And I'm totally fine with entering into this licensing agreement with this company because you're telling me they have a 5-star review. I don't really care which realtor I get ultimately. I don't know any realtors. So that $1,000 kept me in my home. So what would you say to someone who said, like, is there any room here that we could keep these agreements legal for longer than periods than a year if we sort of were more prescriptive about the terms rather than wiping them out completely? In other words, is there room for maybe squinting and seeing that some of these things, if it's a good enough realty company, if the dollar amount is high enough, and if the year amount is low enough, is there any value? Do you see any value in these types of agreements at all, or should we just throw it out? And I just genuinely don't know, because that second client kind of changed my mind a little bit about this.
Well, thank you for that story. I mean, I would say the overwhelming majority of the agreements that I run across fall into your first story, and I don't want the exception to become the rule. Yeah. I think a year-long agreement is fair. I think that when we lease apartments, it's a year-long agreement, right? I think there's examples in real estate law where we have situations where it's 1 year at a time. I think that ultimately, I think the best practice moving forward is I think the way that we've crafted the bill as it currently stands is the best way to ensure that people aren't being taken advantage of. And honestly, I think there's other ways in which people can, there's a multitude of ways in which people can find ways to use their home to secure more money if they own the home, to secure money if they're in dire circumstances. So I'm more resistant to us manipulating the numbers outside of what we have here, but I'm more than happy to talk more about it offline.
No, thank you. And I don't have any strong feelings either way. I just wanted to share that because I was kind of shocked that I've actually found an example, and you're probably right that it's an exception, that was not egregiously, transparently predatory.
And I've seen $1,000 agreements and it helps someone, but you're a fellow lawyer. Like that consideration for that contract seems a little off to me.
You're way low.
$1,000 for 40 years.
Yeah.
That's. I mean, you go to any contract law course at the University of Maryland or the University of Baltimore, they're going to be like, yeah, this is not a good contract.
No, I agree, and that's why I'm saying, like, I wonder if we prescribed a minimum, a dollar amount, would we, But
Right.
anyway, I appreciate it.
Yep.
Delegate Long.
All right, Mr. Vice Chair, thank you. I wanted to kind of piggyback off that. As a pastor, you can kind of see a lot of these scenarios take place. I'm aware of instances where there have been individuals that have come with notaries to various community meetings and congregational meetings just for the sake of finding those that need sums of as large as $1,500 to enter into 40-year agreements. I'm wondering, is it possible to get an AG opinion? It may be beneficial to make this retroactive. I'm not sure if you're amenable to that for those who have entered into these agreements. We're not yet aware of what the effects of this could be, especially for those who have not seen anything unsavory happen as of yet. All they know is they got the money they needed when they were in dire circumstances, but yet they're now in a 40-year agreement, and some may be young, some may be old, and so I'm not sure if that's something that you could
No,
look into.
I would definitely be. I'm definitely for finding out ways in which we can help relieve people out of these agreements because, it's outside of the money. You're getting a lien on the property, right? That's a huge thing that these companies are able to use and manipulate these individuals who are, in tough times. And I'm a big proponent of. I think our role as legislators and working in government, our most important duty that we have is to help those who are most vulnerable, right? And these people are in vulnerable situations and they're being harmed. And I think the AG is committed to helping the most vulnerable with his consumer protection laws. And I think that, I'm happy to talk with the AG and figure out a way we can retroactively address those who are already in agreement.
That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And Mr. Chair, if I can just add on to that, when you have a lien on the property, it impacts not just the sale of that property, but it can also impact the refinancing of that property. So if a termination fee needed to be paid just to refinance the property, that could be another complication that could occur.
Yep.
To go. Good
Thank
seeing
you all. Good seeing y'all. See you
Take
tomorrow.
care. Yep. Take care. Okay, so we are now going to go to House Bill 1023. Delegate Terraza again.
Mr. Chairman, can I bring up a number of folks that I have here with me?
Sure.
for my panel? All righty. Well, good afternoon again, Mr. Chairman and Vice Chairman and esteemed members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, I'm still Delegate Jen Terrassa. Thank you for this opportunity to present House Bill 1023, which requires landlords to provide notice to tenants at least 14 days before the scheduled date of eviction and gives tenants 7 days after that to reclaim their property. So when a tenant is evicted, they often lose access to valuable personal belongings, including medicine, pictures, family mementos, and sometimes pets, although obviously we have a bill before us that will hopefully fix that. As a reminder, here's how the process goes. Once the landlord files in court, files in court, a court date is set. If the landlord wins and a judgment is entered against the tenant has 4 days to comply with the judgment, which essentially means they can pay what they owe in a failure to pay rent case or otherwise, comply with the judgment. And after that, things get less transparent and less predictable for the tenant. Anytime after those 4 days, the landlord can ask the judge to issue a warrant of restitution, at which point the sheriff can schedule an eviction. There's no requirement that the tenant be given notice of that request, the issuance of the warrant, or the date scheduled for eviction. Note that any time up until the sheriff evicts the tenant has a statutory right of redemption, i.e. the right to pay off the unpaid balance. And it's my understanding that many tenants, in fact, do this, or at least believe they will be able to do this successfully. However, if this is not done in time, the sheriff shows up, they are locked out, and either can't access their important belongings or their belongings are put to the curb where they can be destroyed or stolen. So what this bill does is require the landlord to give 14 days notice, as I said, by sending first-class mail with certificate of mailing and posting on the premises, which they must take a picture of for proof. And on the date of eviction, the sheriff would give the landlord possession of the premises, and the landlord would be required to hold the tenant's belongings for 7 days after that, during which they can reclaim their property. This is really a win-win-win. House Bill 1023 makes the situation much more predictable. And it's a win for the tenants because the tenant knows what is happening and they can keep their belongings such as life-saving medications, electronics, personal treasures such as photos and mementos and heirlooms. Landlords, it reduces ambiguity for the landlord because they know when the law considers the tenant's property officially abandoned and when they can dispose of that property. And it saves them from having to pay employees to move all the tenant's possessions to the curb. And the community also benefits. There are also great community benefits because the tenant's home, the contents of the tenant's home become clutter and trash that block the sidewalk and right-of-ways, creating public risk, safety risk, and public eyesore. Maryland is really behind other states, most other states, when it comes to tenants' rights over their belongings. More than 30 states and the District of Columbia have reclamation periods, including nearby states, New Jersey, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, Delaware, and Virginia, and also Washington, D.C. 19 states and D.C. require notice of the scheduled eviction date, provide the tenant right of reclamation to reclaim belongings, and give the landlord some duty to store the tenant's property. HB 1023 brings Maryland in line with those other states. And I would just say for the opponents of this bill, what is your plan for returning people's important possessions? How will they get those medications? How will you make sure that those mementos aren't lost for good just because they couldn't pay? This bill adds predictability around the eviction process, benefits tenants, landlords, and the community, and treats tenants with the respect we all deserve. I respectfully urge a favorable report.
Okay, who'd like to go next?
Here you go.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and committee. Thank you for giving your time and attention. My name is Albert Turner. I'm an attorney with the Public Justice Center, as well as a member of Renters United Maryland. PJC is a nonprofit public interest firm that assists over 800 renters each year. We are in favor of House Bill 1023 as it is a critical measure to protect renters' property rights, enhance public safety and cleanliness, and bring the state in line with other jurisdictions. I would highlight in the written testimony law student from the University of Baltimore, Lona Del Rosario, who did a pretty in-depth data collection for Renters United Maryland. And she found, as Delegate Terrassa noted, that the state of Maryland is quite behind on allowing tenants to have access to their property post-eviction and also to have notice of this issue. And as Delegate Terrassa noted, House Bill 1023 also helps smooth out the eviction process. So it not only allows a tenant to understand that, hey, once this judgment is entered, you have X amount of days to move out, as well as 7 days in addition before you lose your property, which would help maximize the effort for the tenant to actually move. But it also would allow for the landlord to plan for them to actually know when they actually need to move the person's belongings if after the 7 days. Most of Maryland, after eviction, the tenant's personal belongings from life-saving medication, boxes of trash, clutter, birth certificates, loved ones, ashes, animals. They're all thrown into the streets, and they create clutter that blocks sidewalks, right-of-ways, and they create a public safety risk and blight the community. Not only would a 14-day notice give tenants the opportunity to plan ahead and collect their personal property, but the reclamation period would mean that the property would be kept in safe places and would keep our public streets clean. Thank you. We request a favorable report on House Bill 1023.
Thank you. Who would like to go next?
I can go.
Okay.
So thank you all for your time today. My name is Sharnae Hunt. I'm a government worker as well as a single mom, a coach, a basketball commissioner. I'm here in support of this bill, but I also wanted to kind of provide my testimony. 2 days prior to Thanksgiving this past year, I found me and my son both homeless. I received a call from Henderson Webb, which was my leasing company in Glen Burnie, Maryland. They called me. They said, hey, you owe me $300. Just off top, I was like, I don't know how this happens, but I went on and paid. I followed up by once getting off the phone with them, actually going to the property because something just seemed off to me to just talk to somebody on the phone and they say, oh, you owe this money, but if you pay real quick, we're not going to evict you. So I rushed home, left work, rushed home, actually spoke to someone with Henderson Webb. They guaranteed me that my belongings and everything were fine. Went back to work, was at work for probably about 2 hours before I received a call from a neighbor saying that they had seen someone being evicted from my building and they had called everyone and finally realized that it was me and my son's belongings. From that point, I rushed home while also on the phone with the police department as well as with the leasing company, only to find out simultaneously as I arrived that there was a miscommunication between the maintenance company and the leasing office. So here it is, not only was my son's turtle taken by animal control, and all of the course of, I had been at work maybe 3 hours. I've lost everything from old passports to bank information. I work in IT, so I'm lost computers, all sorts of stuff that I had in my home. And really just right before the holidays, it was a hard kind of pill to swallow on the fact that, you know, it's Thanksgiving, it's time for fellowship, and here we are kind of going through this. So I'm hoping that with the passing and the favorability of this bill, that this doesn't happen to anyone else. But if it does, they can at least gather their belongings, because right now I'm still trying to pick up the pieces of our lives. So thank you.
Well, thank you for testifying. Who'd like to go next?
Good afternoon. I'm Julie Hummer. I'm County Councilwoman for Anne Arundel County, representing District 4. I share a portion of district with Delegate Lehman. I'm also here speaking for our Sheriff, Everett Sesker. He's out sheriffing today and couldn't be here, but we stand together in supporting this bill. In fact, Sheriff Sesker had approached me about legislation on the county level to address this very issue, in large part because of the story that you just heard and the personal tragedy we've seen from this. Just as you all experience in your own districts, we're often confronted with residents who are experiencing housing challenges. Unfortunately, sometimes these circumstances result in a tenant being unable to pay their rent and facing eviction. By the time any individual or family has reached that point, they are already in a financial hole. And even when warranted, eviction is a traumatic process. The current procedures that require the tenant's household belongings to be placed on the public right-of-way simply adds to that trauma. A family already facing extreme financial duress now sees their belongings being picked over by passersby or ruined in the rain. And if and when they can find another place to live, their already precarious financial situation is made even worse because they've lost their belongings. If you have no money for rent, you have no money for a mattress or cleaning supplies or a kitchen table. It's heart-wrenching to pass by a pile of evicted belongings that include children's toys. This bill would allow the extra time for a tenant to retrieve their belongings, and at the end of that time, the landlord can still dispose of them, store them, or give them away, but no more curbside dumping. No more scavengers picking through someone's life. No more public embarrassment for young children caught in a situation out of their control. It's such a simple, humane change that will greatly lessen the financial impact on an already struggling tenant and lessen the trauma of an already harrowing situation.
Thank you very much, Councilmember. Okay, so I also have signed up, hold on. The sheriff can't be here. Andrew Rabinowitz? Katie Davis. Oh, and there's Andrew Rabinowitz before me. Okay, Andrew, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you for having me, and thank you to Delegate Terrazas for sponsoring this bill. My name is Andrew Rabinowitz, and I am the Chief of Housing here in Baltimore City at Maryland Legal Aid. Maryland Legal Aid is a nonprofit that provides free legal services to the state's low-income and vulnerable residents. Maryland Legal Aid urges a committee favorable report on House Bill 1023. This bill offers protections to tenants, landlords, and local communities alike. As a supervisor here at Maryland Legal Aid, I am tasked with training many young attorneys to advise clients on how not to lose their possessions during an eviction. We often share stories with young attorneys about clients who have come to us after an eviction trying to obtain a family member's ashes. These young attorneys often think these are one-off situations that we use for training. However, they're quickly surprised when they are confronted with the same situation, typically within 6 months of their employment. I've racked my brain for some time trying to provide you a story that might resonate with you. And I have to tell you, literally moments after I submitted my testimony, I had a client come through my office who had been evicted and lost all his possessions. This young person was a jewelry maker who had spent a significant part of their life training and purchasing custom jewelry molds in the Diamond District of New York City. This tenant had not only lost their home now, but they've lost their means of making a living. When their molds were locked in their property, they no longer have access to, they no longer have a means to earn an income. This tenant now doesn't need to just find a new home, but they need to find a way to make money so they can once again procure the tools they need to apply their trade. This tenant's now facing years of hardship before they will be able to financially recover. Tenants like this who lose their housing should not be forced to start over with only the clothes on their backs. Hundreds, if not thousands, of clients come through our door sharing these tragic stories. And we simply ask for a favorable report on House Bill 1023 to prevent these injustices. And we believe that we can prevent them today.
Thank you very much. Ms. Davis, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for having me testify today. My name is Katie Davis. I'm the director of the Courtroom Advocacy Project within the Pro Bono Resource Center of Maryland. We've been providing same-day and extended representation services to tenants faced with eviction since 2017, representing literally thousands of tenants in both types of legal actions that could result in eviction. As you can imagine, with this volume of clients, we have experience with a number who have been evicted, often with little to no notice. Ms. Jones is one such case, and she couldn't testify today, and I thought I'd like to share her story with you. She's an elderly woman who fell behind on her rent because family members took advantage of her financially. She called our tenant hotline after missing a court date for a failure to pay rent action because her ride had fallen through. She had a judgment already, so we couldn't help her in the court, but we helped her navigate the rental assistance system so that she could pay to stay. During one check-in call, our staff attorney heard loud knocking at the door. Ms. Jones started panicking and said, "Oh my God, they're here." Ms. Jones answered the door, and our attorney heard the sheriff and landlord tell her she would be evicted unless she could pay $650 and that she had 15 minutes to gather her belongings. Ms. Jones had $500 on hand, but was not able to convince the landlord to accept that and allow her a little more time to collect an additional $150. Our staff attorney listened as the landlord and sheriff began to change the locks, and Ms. Jones frantically looked for her cell phone, her wallet, and her medications. She's asthmatic and was breathing heavily as she ran up and down the stairs looking for her inhaler. 15 minutes later, Ms. Jones was locked out of her home and calling her sister to ask for shelter. She was never able to retrieve her belongings and still a year later has not found adequate housing. She lost everything, but it didn't have to be this way. This bill, if passed, could have prevented Ms. Jones from losing everything and would have given her the time needed to get out of her house in a dignified manner. This is a sensible and humane bill that will help tenants like Ms. Jones, and we urge a favorable report from this committee. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the sponsor or any of these witnesses who support the bill? Delegate Lehman.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Delegate Terraza. This is a great bill, and as Councilwoman Hummer said, really humane. Councilwoman Hummer, it's so good to see you. My question is, have any of the individual counties in Maryland passed this law or contemplated passing it? I was thinking maybe Prince George's had looked at this a few years ago.
So I do know that there have been legislation in Baltimore that not necessarily has addressed this specific issue, but there is a law in Baltimore that instead of allowing for the eviction process to happen where the landlord comes in, takes the property out and puts it in the right of way. They do a lockout. But there's no notice that is applied, that is given to the tenant, and they don't know that could happen, and then there's no 7 days or there's no time for them to come back and get it. So as far as other jurisdictions, I'm unaware in that regard.
Right, so there would be challenges around that scenario as well, because someone might not have access to be able to get their things if they're locked away somewhere. And how long has that been in place, do you know?
In the Baltimore one, I believe 2 to 3 years, if my recollection.
Okay, okay. Well, thank you, Delegate Terraza. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Delegate Lehman, in researching this for the county, we had also looked at other counties, and there isn't anything similar because we were looking for something to model after. That's why we were glad to see this state bill. But yes, the Baltimore City was the only one that had a somewhat different approach.
So Delegate, the notice has to be sent by first-class mail with a receipt that's photographed. Repeat for me what all those requirements were?
Let me just, I want to get it up in front of me so I say it correctly.
Yeah, of course.
Sorry, unless you have that on you. Okay, hold on. So what I have down here, but I'm not looking at the bill, I'm looking at my testimony, is it has to be first-class mail with certificate of mailing, and they have to post the premises and take a picture up for proof.
Take a picture of what, the posting on
The posting of the premises.
And when you say certificate of mailing, what does that mean? You go to the post office and they stamp it?
That's correct.
No requirement for a return receipt or a receipt or anything like that?
No.
Okay. All right, Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate Terraza, some of the opponents to this bill have cited a case, the Todman case. Do you, as a reason to oppose this bill, do you want to explain that?
Thank you for the question, and I think Mr. Turner.
Sure. So this deals with the Baltimore City law that was mentioned. Essentially, Baltimore City law provides that after the eviction, there is a lockout, so they don't take the property out and they don't put it on the street. The issue was that there is no notice. There was no notice given to the tenant that was going to happen. And the Todman case is more of a constitutional question, where the question is the city liable to the tenant for the property that is lost in that kind of way, where due process rights are violated because they are not given notice. That's separate from this bill, which is more of a policy question in a way that we are enhancing the rights of tenants to allow them to have the time to get their property, if need be, as well as they know that this is actually happening. So regardless of what happens in the Todman decision, which has been ruled in favor so far, in favor of the tenant, regardless of what the appeals are, I don't think that has any bearing on this legislation here.
Right, and just to add to that, or to clarify, so that bill was about whether the tenant's rights were violated by not giving notice. It has nothing to do with whether, like, once you give notice, you wouldn't even have that case. So I don't think it's relevant to whether we should be doing this bill at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Any further questions for the sponsor or her witnesses? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll proceed to the opponents of the bill, Kathy Howard and Brian Aneleu.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Brian Aneleu again with Department Office Building Association of Metro DC. AOBA members have a number of concerns with this bill, particularly the notice provision. It's given the current backlog of evictions in Montgomery and Prince George's counties, it's become increasingly difficult to schedule evictions with the sheriff's office, particularly during the fall and winter months when inclement weather can lead to eviction cancellations on the day of. While there isn't a bill or law in place in Montgomery County that requires additional notice, my understanding is that the sheriff's office there does provide notice of pending eviction 2 weeks in advance. So perhaps while AOBA is in opposition to this bill and would urge an unfavorable report, something for the committee to consider is if you all want to provide additional notice to residents, that the more appropriate party to provide that notice be the sheriff's office. The bill also creates an additional burden on the housing providers to store an evicted tenant's properties for up to 70 days. Our members in DC, where there's a similar requirement in place, explained that in practice, this would mean that the housing provider would leave the person's belongings in the unit and simply change the locks. And then after the 7-day period is expired, would then discard the belongings or give them away or whatever have you, because there isn't typically any unused or otherwise available storage space, and it wouldn't make sense for a landlord to move a person's belongings into a storage unit or something like that. That would just mean an additional burden or cost on the property owner. It's also unclear if after the 7-day period, the sheriff's office would then have to come back and supervise the discarding of the belongings or the giving away of the belongings if the tenant did not return. And so for those reasons, AOBA urges the committee to provide a unfavorable report on this bill.
Kathy?
Good afternoon, Chairman Barbe and Vice Chairman Delegate Stein. My name is Kathy Howard. I am General Counsel for Regional Management, Inc. Regional Management, Inc. is a member of the Maryland Multi-Housing Association. There's a lot of things to address here today. One of the things is that there is a reclamation, there is what we call a lock and leave law in Baltimore City. It's been in effect for over 10 years and has worked very well for the issues of notice to tenants of when there is going to be an eviction. They are provided a 14-day notice that is done by certificate of mailing, and a 7-day notice that is delivered to the door and posted to the door. That gives them the chance to either pay or do something with their belongings before the sheriff comes to set the things to lock and leave and change the lot and the return possession to the landlord. One of the things that the Todman case, and with all due respect to the proponents, I think that the characterization of the Todman case cannot be simply brushed away. The Todman case is a constitutional issue case, but what happened in the Todman case and is happening in this bill is the expansion of the concept of failure to pay rent, lock and leave, and possible reclamation period. To add to that, the tenant holdover action and the breach of lease action. And the Todman case involved a tenant holdover action where there was no notice under the Baltimore City Code. That was found to be unconstitutional. I'd be happy to take any questions about, this is all in my written testimony, and be happy to take some questions.
Well, Kathy, let me start here. What is the common practice when a person is evicted, the sheriff shows up, and let's say in this instance, the renter doesn't have the money to defer the eviction, okay? So what is the well, first of all, what is the common practice? What typically happens?
What typically happens, it depends on the jurisdiction. One of the things that I wanted to also point out is that in Prince George's County, there is a law that has that is essentially a lock and leave law with a 2-day reclamation period that is supervised by the sheriff. So it does vary a little bit from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, but I think that Prince George's County is a potential, something to look at if we're going to go down this path.
I mean, are you suggesting that we should take a statute like Prince George's County's, for example, and make it statewide?
Honestly, Mr. Chair, for the last, I think, 2 or 3 years, there have been similar pieces of legislation that MMHA has supported to do exactly something like that. And we just have never been able to work out with the sheriffs and with the advocates the amount of time that there should be for a possible reclamation period, who's going to supervise it, and all of those kinds of things. But getting back to the Todman case, my concern here is this. The Todman case is a federal district court case. It did not go well for Baltimore City or for the landlord in that case. However, the city, that now that it is a finalized decision, has taken a appeal to the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals, and that will take some time. I think that it would be premature without knowing exactly what the Fourth Circuit may say with regard to the Todman case to expand to use the expansion of this bill for tenant holdover cases and breach of lease cases, because there are other constitutional issues involved in those two kinds of possessory actions that are not necessarily the same as failure to pay rent cases. I think we could certainly talk about failure to pay rent cases if we wanted to do it sort of piecemeal, but I think that this is something that we should, if we're going to do it, we should wait for the determination of what the Fourth Circuit is going to say about tenant holdovers and breach of lease cases and those possessory actions, as well as whether or not that's going to have some sort of repercussions for the failure to pay rent issue.
Okay, let's move to the notification issue. Brian, you said that it should be the sheriff who is required to give the notice, not the landlord. Well, why?
Well, again, in our experience in Montgomery and Prince George's County, it's the sheriff's office that is typically the holdup with processing these evictions. There are a number of challenges that the sheriff's offices are facing, including staffing issues like other law enforcement agencies across the state, and so.
Well, but let's say, for the sake of argument, I'm the landlord and I want to have the tenant evicted on the first of the month. So I send notice to the tenant saying you're going to be evicted, but the sheriff is backlogged and the sheriff's office doesn't actually do the eviction by the 21st of the month. That certainly would satisfy in this law the requirement that there be at least 14 days notice, yes?
Yes, but in practice, it wouldn't work that way. The landlord wouldn't just say, well, we're going to evict them on the first of the month. We'd work with the sheriff's office to schedule a date of eviction. We're dependent on the sheriff to give us those dates and say, okay, here's the properties and that we're going to process today, and here are the units, and so on and so forth. And sometimes they may say, we're going to, a property has, I don't know, let's say 20 units, and and 5 of them are facing eviction that day. Sometimes they may only get through a handful of those units, maybe 2 or 3. But again, it's sort of dependent on the sheriff's office giving the housing providers those dates and saying, here's when we can come and process the eviction. And then the day of may come, and again, particularly during the fall and winter months, there may be inclement weather or other challenges where they'll say, well, and we saw this past December where it was particularly cold, and the sheriff's office canceled the evictions the day of. So I think given that we're so dependent on the sheriffs to both have the staffing and resources available to be able to process the evictions, that really the notification requirement should be on them, because they're the ones that are giving us the dates to do so.
Delegate Terraza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to get back to the chairman's question about what happens to belongings of the tenants now. So not in the few jurisdictions where you're saying there is a reclamation period, but what happens to the sheriff shows up, the tenant doesn't know they're coming that day, they lock them out, what happens to their possessions?
In Baltimore, I can talk about Baltimore City.
Well, not in Baltimore City. I'm asking about where there's no reclamation.
In other places, unfortunately, I agree with you, Delegate Terrazzo. In areas and jurisdictions that do not have a lock and leave for we call it the lock and leave law, that does not have that kind of setup, you're exactly right. The tenant has no notice of when the sheriff is going to come, and the day of the eviction, the sheriff arrives, and basically the law says that in order to give possession back to the landlord properly, that then those belongings of the tenant needs to be taken completely out of the property so that possession can be returned under the law. And unfortunately, that generally means that they are set out on somewhere either in a designated area on the property, if it's a multifamily property, or on the public way, whether that is a sidewalk or whether that is a street. Now, in Baltimore City, the reason for the lock and leave law was to stop the belongings being placed in the actually in the streets for DPW to come and pick up. And it has worked very, very well. And the landlords in Baltimore City are the ones who are in charge of making sure that the 14-day notice and the 7-day notice goes out to the tenant. Again, in the last couple of years, when regional and MMHA have been on the proponent side of having this kind of law, we have been trying very hard to work with the sheriffs to try to find a way that there would be a reclamation period that the sheriff would supervise. Because the one problem with having the reclamation period, especially one that is as long as 7 days, if there's a problem where the tenant wants to come back and get his property out of there, it may be that there is not going to be someone from the rental office or the landlord's area to assist them to go back in and get their stuff. And it really should be supervised by, the sheriff is there to supervise and keep the peace when the eviction's going on, and we think that it is good for the sheriff to be there when the reclamation happens. In fact, the sheriff of Anne Arundel County last year, we got very close, we thought, to having a bill that would be very much like what you are trying to do today. And we just could not get across the finish line with regard to how the sheriffs would supervise the reclamation period. And I think that is very important in order for there to be safety for the tenant, safety for the landlord, and safety for the belongings.
Okay, so you agree that something like this is necessary?
That's why we had bills in the last couple of years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to be clear, what I hear you saying is that you somewhat, I guess, support the Baltimore City model with the exception of storage facilities in this particular bill.
We support the city model.
Sure.
We would be supportive of some form of reclamation period that we have talked about that in other years, but we are very adamant that would have to be supervised, that the reclamation process would have to be ultimately supervised whenever it could get, whatever procedure there's going to be, should be supervised by the sheriff's office. It should be done by the sheriffs.
Not by potentially the rental individual or the maintenance individuals.
Correct, because I think that there's, they would not have, if there were some issue there between the former tenant and the person who is working for the landlord, if there is some if there's some conflict there, there should be some third party who is not on either side dealing with that.
Fair enough, and if I can, Mr. Chair, if I can continue. So you talked about the Baltimore City model and that it's working well. What kind of measurements are there to say that it's going well, other than that we don't see individual stuff on the street or a sidewalk, and beyond the Todman case? What is your experience with how people reclaim their property?
Most of the time, because they have had notice, what we have found over the last 10 years, while this has been in place, is essentially that you get there, you get to the door of the property on eviction day, and there is essentially either the keys, if the keys have not been turned in already, you find that there is very little left in the apartment, that whatever the tenant wanted to take with them, they did. There is, unfortunately, sometimes when you do have a tenant who is still in place, who has
Sure.
not been able to figure out what they are going to do, and unfortunately, you do have to set those, you still have to set those out, at least under the current way of doing things. And then they hopefully get a truck or whatever and deal with that and take that
But for
away.
the most part, it's working,
It is working, and in fact.
because folks get notice.
Yeah, and I have to say that when over the I think the first 2 or 3 years that this was going on in Baltimore City, the Department of Public Works wound up saving upwards of $800,000 because they no longer had to pick up eviction chattels from the public way.
Well, I'm hoping we can have something like this at the state level for the many reasons that you just stated.
Yeah,
Thank you.
And the one thing I would like to add is the one concern that I really do have is that the reason that there's a difference between tenant holdover and failure to pay rent cases, in failure to pay rent cases, the tenant has the right to redeem the property from eviction. Tenant holdovers and breaches of leases are possessory actions where there is no right of redemption. And this is one of the big sticking points in the Todman case. And I think that is one of the things that is going to get argued when the appeal is taken. So that's one of the reasons why I'm suggesting we may want to.
Well, Ms. Howard, I want to be
soft pedal
clear, just to say that just because you don't have the right to redeem your property, does that mean you're saying you don't have a right to redeem your property, your personal property as the tenant?
No, if the notice problem would be fine to do for tenant holdovers and breaches of leases, to let a person who's in breach or in a tenant holdover or to holding over to know when the eviction is supposed to take place and have a supervised, maybe have a supervised reclamation period for that. But there is, legally, and there is a difference between those actions. And I think that that's what is going to,
If it was clarified in the bill, would you accept it that the two cases would still be able to reclaim their property?
I think that would be certainly something that would be a good idea.
Thank you.
Marvin? No? Okay. There appear to be no further questions. Thank you very much. That ends the public hearing on House Bill 1023. Let us go to House Bill 833, Delegate Holmes.
Good
Delegate
afternoon,
Holmes.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Boy, this landlord-tenant stuff gets kind of complicated.
Yeah.
Kind of makes me think about when I was chair of natural resources. All I had to worry about was shooting deer on Sunday. Anyway, Mr. Chair, my name is Marvin Holmes. And before you right now, Mr. Chair, is HB 833. And this is a bill, Mr. Chair, that has no opposition. Therefore, Mr. Chair, I will be extremely brief. What we're doing here is trying to bring some consistency to HOAs and condominiums. Most of you know that the COC, the Common Ownership Community atmosphere, consists of HOAs, condominiums, and cooperatives. There are many instances where HOAs and condominiums, the laws are different, which is another reason I'm putting in a plug where a task force for common ownership communities are necessary. However, in this particular instance, Mr. Chair, what we're merely doing is having the HOA law mirror the condominium law. And in this particular situation, it talks about prohibiting voting privileges for those that have certain restrictions, and there is a process that everyone has to go through to prohibit their voting privileges, which is mirroring precisely the Condominium Act. And that is all I have to say about HB 833. Mr. Chair, I appreciate your indulgence, sir.
Brilliant job. Karen Strawn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. My name is Karen Strawn, and I'm with the Consumer Protection Division of the Office of the Attorney General. We support this bill in full. This is a mirroring language, as the delegate said, but the importance of what this language does is it ensures that before they take away the right to vote of an individual, that there must be something in their governing documents that says that they can do this if a lien is filed. That gives the party who is about to lose their vote, it gives them the right to know, first of all, that their right to vote is going to be taken away, but it also gives them an opportunity for a hearing before an unbiased party. We get complaints in the Consumer Protection Division from both condo owners and homeowners who are complaining that their right to vote got taken away at the last minute and they didn't know that that was going to happen. In a condo association, we say, do you have a lien filed against you? And if they say no, we say, well, you should file a complaint with us, or we tell the association you can't prevent them from voting if you haven't filed a lien against them. In a homeowners association, we can't say the same thing. And what happens is in a homeowners association, if there's a fine or a fee or an assessment that hasn't been paid in full, they may find out at the last minute that they're not able to vote. And taking away the right to vote is a very serious issue. So for this reason, we support this bill and we urge a favorable report.
Seems pretty simple and straightforward to me. Any questions? Well, seeing none, that ends the public hearing on House Bill 833. Let's proceed to House Bill 837. Delegate Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ooh, this one has some opponents.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is not as simple as Sunday hunting. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Delegate Marvin Holmes. What we are attempting to do here, Mr. Chair, I will have to admit, is going to be a complicated process. And the process of achieving my endpoint goal, Mr. Chair, is primarily because of the process that we all understand is part of the game chutes and ladders known as the foreclosure process in the state of Maryland. You'll notice in opposition, the Maryland State Bar Association speaks about an existing law that says that the payments are payable from the date of the sale and will go and forwarded date of sale, and the purchaser obtains title of the property following the court's ratification. And herein lies part of the problem, Mr. Chair, in that in order to get through that point of the point of sale and through the process, the ratification, the chutes and ladders begins to take place, and in defense of the bill drafter and myself, we could not identify that in a single paragraph. And so what we're going to have to do, Mr. Chair, is go back to the drawing board and figure out what the actual language needs to take place. I do appreciate the fact that the Office of the Consumer Counsel is in favor of the bill, and they have identified some language that would assist me in addressing the Maryland State Bar Association in that, in the law, it talks about the word immediately a couple of times in the bill. And as we all know, words like that need to be stringently identified, of which the Office of Attorney General Consumer Protection Division has provided in their letter of support. And with that, Mr. Chair, I will yield the floor, Mr. Chair, and allow those to come after me to further discuss this wonderful bill that needs further explanation.
Okay, thank you, Delegate. Are there any questions from the committee for Delegate Holmes? Okay, seeing none, then call up as an unfavorable witness, Mr. Bob Enton.
Oh, Dr. No. Should I move aside, Mr. Chair? I don't want photos of us sitting together, you know what I mean?
To be safe, not a bad idea.
Stay there. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Robert Enton on behalf of the Maryland Bankers Association. We are signed up in opposition to the bill. I guess Delegate Holmes and I spent maybe, an hour yesterday afternoon walking through the foreclosure process in the state of Maryland and how this bill folds into that. We had on the phone with us Kerry Ward, who probably has the largest foreclosure practice in the state of Maryland. And I think that I'm optimistic that we will work something out. Delegate Holmes' concern is that condo association dues and homeowner association dues don't get paid for an extended period of time after a foreclosure sale. And I think we can try to address that. But the foreclosure sale process, as Delegate Holmes indicated, is extremely convoluted. And it varies from county to county. There are some counties where the time between sale and ratification happens in 60 days. There are other counties in the state of Maryland where the sale doesn't get ratified by the court for 9 months. And you can't say to the person who bid the property in its sale, you're responsible for those dues and you must record a deed and you must pay it. You can't record the deed until the sale has been ratified by the court. The time for filing a motion to set aside the ratification has expired and the time for an appeal has expired. So there are lots and lots of problems with the bill. In some counties, you have to go to the county office and try to find out, what are the tax liens? What are the outstanding water and sewer charges? And sometimes that can take a month to get that information. Having said all that, Mr. Chairman, I'm very confident that we will make progress in addressing this issue with the sponsor. I'm committed to that, and I think it'll happen. Thank you.
Very good. Any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. That ends the bill hearing for House Bill 837. Next, we'll turn to House Bill 841, Delegate Grammer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Delegate Robin Grammer here to present House Bill 841. In the later half of the 20th century, populations started to shift away from urban areas towards suburban areas and demographics changed. As this happened, community leaders noticed growing common problems. Marcus Pollock and Ed Rakowski of Baltimore City, Patterson Park neighborhoods commented on what they called the tipping point for these problems when they wrote the Urban Transition Zone in 1998. The Urban Transition Zone has moved, and many Maryland communities are now at a tipping point. Many communities in District 6 suffer the problems Pollock and Rakowski spoke of. This bill is aimed at dealing with one of these challenges experienced in these zones, and that is rat harborage. In Maryland, you can file for injunctive relief for nuisance abatement. House Bill 841 declares that rat harborage is a nuisance, adding it to the list of items for which a party may receive injunctive relief. The bill also defines the term, limiting the applicability, and specifies that injured parties may be awarded damages. The damage resulting from rat harborage is not only disgusting, it is a threat to communities and a public health threat. It's the ultimate sign of a tipping point. A single property that harbors rats can be a terror to the surrounding street or block. A property that harbors rats is usually the primary driver for a person or a family to move from an area. For-profit ownership of residential real estate is growing, and with it grows the number of what Pollack and Rakowski called irresponsible or incompetent landlords. While not all landlords fall under this category, many private interests that scoop up the homes of emigrating families are the worst actors and are perpetually non-responsive to community concerns. This is destructive to lower and middle income communities. This is in addition to the chronically offending business interests who also harbor rats. This bill excludes agricultural properties, as you can't prevent a field mouse from living in a field, nor is that the intent of the bill. I ask that we not let communities fall past the tipping point and that we protect private property. This is a way we can achieve that. With that, I'd be happy to take questions, and I'd ask for a favorable on House Bill 841.
Thank you, Delegate. Any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Delegate.
Thank you.
Next, we have favorable with amendments. Kimberly Egan, virtual. You're on mute.
Sorry about that. My name is Kim Egan. I'm representing the Maryland Horse Council today, and you will be pleased to know that I do not intend to talk about Sunday deer hunting. We applaud this bill, and we understand its purpose. We also recall that a couple years ago, the agricultural exemption was added. We hope it was at our request, may not have been, and we appreciate that very much. We have some concerns with the wording still, however, primarily because agriculture and agricultural use is not a term that is used in every jurisdiction in which farming is permitted. And we put a few examples in our written testimony, but I have a few more examples from Anne Arundel County. Like Howard, farming is permitted in every zoning district, including industrial and commercial districts. In Prince George's County, farming and animal care are permitted not just in residential zones, but also in transit and non-residential zones. And in Baltimore County, the residential density zone permits farming. Farming is privileged to have a right to farming bill in a lot of Maryland. So you get our issue. We understand that agriculture is not the focus of this bill, and so we would just request that the sponsor consider an additional clarification to the agricultural exemption language and request a favorable report with that.
Thank you. We have a question from Delegate Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, so I'm new to this. But who harbors rats?
Was that a question for me?
Yeah, and Delegate Grammer, if you want to answer that.
Sorry, I'm back. I thought I was done. Yes, the question is anybody could harbor rats. And what we did when we first researched this bill is really put the definition of rat harborage together. So the definition that we came up with, that we found that was used elsewhere, is a property that provides sustenance or shelter for mice or rats that or promotes their reproduction and continued existence on a property. So to harbor rats, I mean, you really have to create conditions that are conducive for them to grow and eat and thrive and just be persistent on a property.
So people do this?
I don't think I don't think anyone goes out to explicitly harbor rats. But there are, you know, in any jurisdiction, there are local codes that say you have to do these number of things to prevent the harborage of rats. For example, you have to clean up after your pets, and not doing so is one of the #1 ways, you know, that rats can come to live on your property. And if you have, there are yards in my district that have 10 rats' nests. They burrow underground, they burrow under the garage, and you know, frequently what you find is it's not the family that's lived there for 20 years. It's a rental property, and you can't find the owner. So that's kind of what you're getting at. But to answer your question briefly, any property owner can harbor rats.
So, if I may, it's a backdoor way to get people to clean up.
This bill?
Yeah.
So this bill, when you file for injunctive relief, you've really kind of come to the end, for nuisance abatement, which this bill covers, you've kind of come to the end of trying to work through code enforcement. And what we find, at least in my district in Baltimore County, is that you'll go through code enforcement, you go, it's 2 months, they come out, they try to enforce, it doesn't work, they maybe have a fine, it goes to court, it's either approved or denied, and you'll do this, I mean, I have community association leaders who will do this for years. And the idea of nuisance abatement and some sort of injunctive relief is to say, you know, I want to live here, the process has not worked, we've tried, I'm going to file for relief so that this property is finally going to clean up, because I can't send my kids out in the backyard with rats running all over the place.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the proponent or Ms. Egan? All right, seeing none, we'll next move.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Delegate. There are 2 witnesses signed up as unfavorable, Ryan Washington and Kathy Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, members of the committee. My name is Ryan Washington for the record. I represent AYOBA. HB 841, we've dealt with this bill in previous sessions, and which permits a nuisance action against a property owner for damages caused by rodent harborage. We have a lot of issues with this bill because it doesn't really address the actual issue of the rodent infestation, but just shifts the blame for responsibility on housing providers, property owners. And we would like to work with the bill sponsor on a better solution, but this bill is not the answer. We can't control what tenants do in their own rooms, how they live, communal living where rodents may cluster due to unclean conditions in their own residency, and that's why we oppose this bill. And I will stay for any questions. Thank you.
All righty. Kathy, did you have a chance to testify yet?
No, but.
Okay, go ahead.
But I'm going to make it very short, what he said. And we would very much like to work with the sponsor with regard to this bill, because we certainly understand the problem, but I do think that the bill needs some work, as has been pointed out.
Okay. The Vice Chair has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ryan and Kathy, I can understand if there are concerns about how exactly this would happen or be enforced, but it sounds like, you know, the sponsor is proposing this when seeking help through code enforcement is not working out. And I certainly know in my district, in other situations where code enforcement has tried repeatedly, same behavior happens, not necessarily on rodent harborage, but other things. So do you have any other suggestions off the top of your heads, or tops of your head, or are you just willing, I guess, Kathy, as you said, you're willing to pursue conversations with the sponsor? Oh,
Definitely. I can tell you that in the properties that we have, at least the ones in Baltimore County, the folks in Baltimore County in those areas, we're talking Dundalk and then over in the west side area of Westland Gardens and things like that, they are very attentive, shall we say, to making sure that these properties are not harboring, or at least are keeping up with not having harborage of rodents and rats, making sure people have their backyards cleaned. And their code enforcement things come into us, and we send them to our tenants, and they get done.
And to add on, our members also take precaution in terms of rodent harborage, whether that's having scheduled appointments where a certified applicator may come in to provide some type of abatement. So they take those issues very seriously. I think, to go on your question, the solutions, I think we need to work on legislation that, you know, perhaps strengthen some of the county ordinance, and that's working with local governments, and also just being cognizant that this is an issue that tenants also share responsibility to as well.
Okay, thank you.
There appear to be no further questions. Thank you very much. That ends the public hearing on House Bill 841. Let's proceed to House Bill 852. Delegate Stewart. The eye candy of the previous bill he testified on.
Anyone who's here to testify, we can welcome to come up. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely.
I'm here in all my glory indeed. Happy to be gazed upon yet again. I'm Delegate Vaughn Stewart, and this is House Bill 852. So as we've talked about ad nauseum this session and in previous sessions, we have a housing shortage in this state. And I think the only way we're really going to solve it is by attacking it from multiple angles. This is, of course, why I've introduced roughly 800 bills on this subject this year. But while I think this bill is not going to be the panacea that we're looking for, I do think it's one small piece of the puzzle. So, yeah, maybe one day I'll think of one, Mr. Chair. I'll certainly let the committee know first. So many counties across the state have what's sometimes called an expedited permit process. There's a bunch of different reviews for this. Expedited plan processing procedure, lots of alliteration. But essentially what it is a fast-track zoning procedure where certain types of projects are fast-tracked on the county level and can sometimes kind of cut out about half of the time and expense that it costs to go through the zoning procedure. Now, usually all the different strictures of the zoning process is still in order. You're not like necessarily skipping steps. And each county has a different type of process. We don't want to be too prescriptive. They make certain projects eligible. They differ in that. Sometimes they differ in how they fast track things, but several counties in the state do have some type of fast track process for zoning. And so what this bill says, HB 852, is that if a county in Maryland does have one of these fast track processes, they must include in that process a house of worship, a religious organization that wants to build affordable housing on their own land. However, if a county wants to opt out of this and not be included within this bill, they can opt out. And that's why MACO and really no one else is in opposition to the bill, because there is an opt-out provision for counties. So again, it basically says that if there's an existing fast track, you have to include houses of worship who build affordable housing on their land. We view this idea, which is gaining a lot of popularity in Maryland and really throughout the D.C. region in particular, this idea of churches, synagogues, and mosques building housing. It's a win-win because these houses of worship, especially in the aftermath of the pandemic, oftentimes have declining attendance. Their parishioner roles are declining. A lot of these facilities were built in the middle part of the 20th century, and they see building housing on their land as an opportunity to right-size their facilities to their existing base of parishioners while also doing something that's consistent with their social justice mission, which is provide housing for their neighbors. And so we think that houses of worship are also really good candidates for this type of zoning review because a lot of times they're located in really central parts of cities. They're near existing amenities, jobs, and transit, not always. And if there is a zoning change that would need to happen, a use change, that would still go through the normal process. But a lot of times the houses of worship that want to pursue this and have pursued this successfully are in really well-located areas where we could use housing most urgently. And a lot of, like I said, a lot of churches are doing this, but many more would do this if this process was a little bit easier, if this process was a little bit faster, if this process was a little bit cheaper. So HB 852 is designed to be a simple step that does not overreach too much on sort of local zoning authority, but a small step that would allow houses of worship to have a slightly cheaper, slightly faster, slightly easier process to provide affordable housing on their own land. And with that, I urge a favorable report.
Okay, before I recognize others, I have to ask this question, baseline question. If the way you describe it sounds to me as though it's only for religious institutions, and if a not-for-profit that's not religious wanted to avail themselves of this, they wouldn't be able to, and if that's the case, are there any First Amendment issues?
It's a good question, and this has come up a couple of times. So first of all, in a lot of these cases, non-profit entities or not-for-profit entities or for-profit entities, non-religious secular entities will have already been availing themselves of a fast-track process that we're putting the houses of worship on par with. So we don't necessarily think that we're treating, in other words, we're not asking counties to create a whole new fast track process for only religious entities.
Oh, I see.
So for that reason, we don't think that we're running into any religious discrimination thing. I did do kind of a deep dive on the Establishment Clause and the Lemon Test and how the Supreme Court is kind of, and I won't bore the committee with all that I found. I don't think this would run afoul of the First Amendment. I think we're on pretty clear ground. I think that you'll see, and I can provide some examples to the committee, but several other jurisdictions do similar types of things like this, including DC.
It wasn't close enough for you that you wanted to go get an Attorney General opinion?
It was close enough, Mr. Chair. I have asked for an Attorney General opinion.
Oh, okay.
And if that comes back and the Attorney General disagrees with me, I will obviously provide that post haste to the committee. But I suspect that the Attorney General would agree with me that we're on pretty firm constitutional footing here.
Okay. So let's go to Lori Graff, who I see in front of us. No Bob Enton, though.
I know, sorry to disappoint you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Lori Graff. I'm the CEO of Maryland Building Industry Association. We all know, and I've been in front of this committee many times this session, we have a housing shortage. We need all sorts of different types of housing. We have to figure out together a way to do it. This particular bill obviously takes care of some of the affordable housing things that we do need. And we can't just sit around and wait for them to happen. We really need to be proactive, figure out multiple different tools that we can use to get to where we need to be in order to increase our housing supply, decrease rents, all the other things that you guys tackle. We really, really need to take a hard look at this. And this is just one tool in the toolbox to do that. So with that, we would urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and everyone. Thank you, Delegate Stewart, for sponsoring HB 852, and Annapolis Council Member Dewan Gay for inviting me to provide testimony. Name? I'm sorry?
Can your name?
Ron. My name is Ron Wright,
okay.
And I'm a longtime resident of Montgomery County, Maryland, where I'm currently serving as a volunteer advocate to 2 local Maryland nonprofit boards, the Greater Metropolitan Association of Realtors, or GMAR, a local board of the National Association of Real Estate Brokers, or NARAB, Securing Democracy and Housing, and Interfaith Works of Montgomery County, Maryland, addressing the needs of the unhoused and impoverished, both committed in many ways to solving the affordable housing crisis in Montgomery County. I'm also a longstanding member and board member of the People's Community Baptist Church located in Silver Spring, which is also similarly committed to the ideals of affordable housing, who, like many other Maryland faith-based partners and those they serve, would be primary beneficiaries of House Bill 852. From these perches of leadership, responsibility, and experience, I'm keenly aware of the critical need of more affordable housing, so I confidently offer my support of HB 852. Though HB 852 is voluntary, counties may choose to opt out. It offers another viable pathway leading towards the creation of more critical affordable housing, construction, homeownership, and affordable rents for the unhoused, impoverished, and to low and moderate income purchasers and tenants. HB 852 squarely addresses our new Governor Wes Moore's benevolent mantra, leave no one behind. Such efforts are proven and being realized through non-religious organizations, nonprofits, private industry, where affordable housing and plans for more are dotting the country and states, including Maryland, where the evidence in ways of reducing planning and construction times, cost savings derives from avoidance of long and protracted permitting delays, cost savings to project owners, bottom line, the benefits of an expedited review process. And thank you, and we are in favor of 852.
Thank you so much. There are a number of other people who are signed up to testify. Claudia Wilson Randall, who is probably, is she still back there? I don't see her. And 3 people who are signed up. Well, a person who signed up, James DeCoster, as a virtual witness. Are you in the ether? Where are you? Ah, there you are. Mr. DeCoster, welcome to the Environment and Transportation Committee, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is James DeCoster, and I'm the executive pastor of First Christian Community Church of Annapolis. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on this bill, and special thanks to Delegate Stewart for his sponsorship. As a member of the clergy at First Christian, one of the largest African-American churches in Anne Arundel County, I have witnessed firsthand the impacts of the pandemic on the lives of individuals within our community. The devastating toll the virus has had in our community has been unprecedented, from mental anguish to food insecurities to loss of jobs, and yes, loss of adequate and affordable housing. Although underway, the recovery from the pandemic will never return us to the old normal. However, we are prayerful that our new normal will present creative ideas and targeted solutions such as HB 852. Our congregation has been on the front line these past 3 years, assisting our members and the community by establishing and continuing to maintain a food bank serving the city of Annapolis and surrounding areas of Anne Arundel County. We've also provided rental and utility payments assistance to those who have lost jobs and have had their work hours drastically reduced. As a congregation, we have been an active voice and participant in Anne Arundel Connecting Together, or ACT, in addressing the numerous systemic and social justice issues facing our community. Providing such a focused opportunity found in this bill for religious organizations to engage in addressing the housing crisis is more than commendable. I, along with my senior pastor, Dr. Karen Johnson, and the entire leadership of First Christian Community Church fully support House Bill 852 and look forward to its passage and the long-term benefits to be realized. Again, thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of this bill.
Thank you. We do have a couple witnesses who are favorable with amendments. Let's hear from them, and then we'll take questions. First is Melissa Bondi.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here today on behalf of Enterprise Community Partners. We were founded over 40 years ago here in Maryland and are committed to housing and affordability in many ways, as is outlined in our written testimony submitted earlier. Since 2006,
And I'm sorry, Melissa, could you just
Yes, sir.
could you just confirm your name for the record?
Of course, I'm Melissa Bondi with Enterprise.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Since 2006, our faith-based development initiative has leveraged more than $2 million in grants and more than $150 million in total capital to help support faith-based development in multiple jurisdictions in Maryland and nearby neighbors. Participants in the initiative have created or preserved 1,500 homes to date. So we know firsthand how powerful this kind of partnership can be to produce housing that meets the needs and affordability of communities. We appreciate so much Delegate Stewart's leadership and other committee members' interest to ensure that faith-based applications for affordable housing development receive the same consideration for expedited review in jurisdictions with such practices today. We support equal treatment and consideration of these kinds of projects as with any other development proposals that are eligible for such review, to your point, Mr. Chairman. Our one additional consideration in the bill refers to section 7-105B2 subsection I. This is also in our written testimony. As we understand it, this specific clause would mandate in state law the specific terms of affordability only for faith-based development proposals, so-called religious organization-related proposals that would seek expedited review. Our recommendation is to let relevant local governments continue to set requirements themselves for any affordable housing property, whether it is involves a religious organization or a nonprofit or anyone else, rather than having that clause in state law. Thank you for the opportunity, and we do support the legislation.
Thank you. Next is Lila Bainukan.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Layla Fanukin. I'm with Victory Housing. Victory Housing, we're a regional nonprofit in Maryland and DC. We provide affordable housing to low and moderate income independent seniors and families in assisted living for seniors. For over 40 years, Victory Housing, inspired by Catholic social teachings and serving as the nonprofit housing development arm of the Catholic Archdiocese of Washington, has pursued this mission. Currently, we have over 2,800 units in our portfolio across DC, Montgomery County, Prince George's County, Charles, and St. Mary's counties in Maryland. At Victory Housing, we lead with compassion, are accountable for our work, respect everyone, excel in our results, and sustain our mission. We realize that one of the significant problems facing Maryland is the lack of safe and affordable housing for vulnerable populations. It reaches into every community in the state. And in our efforts to provide affordable housing for seniors and families and assisted living for seniors, we have developed affordable and mixed income communities on land made available by the Catholic Archdiocese, land won through competitive processes with government entities, and land purchased privately. We welcome legislative efforts that seek to expand the development of affordable housing in our communities, and in this we are favorable with that intent behind the amendments on HB 852. The intent of this legislation seems to be aimed at encouraging counties to consider applications for the development of affordable housing from bona fide religious organizations under expedited development review processes. To achieve this goal, applications for development of affordable housing presented by or on behalf of religious organizations should qualify for expedited review if they meet the requirements that local law would impose on any other proposed development. To fulfill the intent of the legislation, we would respectfully ask that you consider the following amendments that we believe would remedy the bill. And those are in my written testimony.
Thank you very much. Bob, we see that you didn't want to miss the opportunity to be on the same panel with Delegate Stewart, so why don't you go ahead?
I just wanted to say that I don't have anything to really say about the bill, but if it's Delegate Stewart's bill, it must be a good bill, so.
All right. Kumbaya, very nice. Okay, we do have a few questions. First goes to Delegate Terraza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Delegate Stewart, for this bill. I think I really applaud the effort, and I think it's a good idea, both in the sense of working on affordable housing and helping religious organizations that I know are often struggling. But I do have a couple of concerns that I just want to go through. And first of all, I am happy to hear that you're checking on the constitutional issues, and I hope that works out.
Yeah, we've been aided by the Supreme Court. I can't necessarily say that I support the Supreme Court's direction, which is to essentially act like the Establishment Clause isn't in the Constitution. I can't say that I'm broadly supportive of that, but in this case, it helps the bill. So
right, well, then there's benefits, I guess. Yeah. But I just wanted to go back to your saying that it doesn't skip any steps, the fast track. And I don't know if you or either of your friends next to you can speak to that. Is it just a faster process, or does it skip things? Because I know in Howard County, for example, you can't use the fast track process if there are any environmental concerns, or if you're subdividing, which I think you would have to in this case. You'd have to subdivide to build all that housing, I assume. Or maybe I'm wrong. That's why I'm asking.
My understanding is it doesn't skip anything, it just makes it quicker. So you still have to go through all the processes. You have to, again, every county is a little different, but you just go a little bit quicker. You don't have to wait necessarily while it's sitting on someone's desk, it just goes a little bit quicker. But you wouldn't necessarily skip any other steps. The zoning would have to be approved. Everything else would have to be approved. It just goes quicker.
Yeah, and I think one of the innovations that some counties have done, and I'm not sure if Howard is one of them, but I know a few have done, is essentially allow some, like nonprofit in particular, developers to essentially have their own certified like permit reviewers who like they hire like independent third parties who have been previously vetted by the county government. And those people do the permit review process or to accomplish several steps for them, and they can do it really fast, rather than having to wait on county employees to do the process themselves. So all the same steps are done, and these third parties are like vetted. They're not just like fly-by-night operations.
No, I gotcha.
But I know that is one of the ways that the expedited review works in some counties. So yeah.
Okay, so I appreciate that. I think I would have a concern if it skips any steps, and I just don't know, because just in looking at Howard counties, it says it can't have environmental issues that need to be reviewed, and it can't be subdivided, which both
Right, and so the idea would be this would be the kind of project that would be eligible for that, but on the county level, one of two things would happen. One, either the Howard County Council would read that as the same, every other eligibility hurdle that would apply to these other projects would similarly apply. So in other words, just because it's a house of worship building affordable housing on their land doesn't mean that if it's going to have these super harmful environmental effects, they just magically get the review, right? But then the second step would be if a county does, and this is why the opt-out provision is so important, if a county does have this super unique setup that, and I'm not aware of the technicalities of every single county, but if a county determined that like this just would not work with how they do expedited review because maybe they only do expedited review for like people building ADUs, and that's it, and that's the only thing. You have to be a grandmother above 85 years old.
Right, I got
And it
you.
has to be an ADU. And that's the only time they offer expedited review. And so in those situations, they would just opt out, and that's cool.
Gotcha, okay. And then the second question, maybe your lovely panelists can help with on this as well, is that when a house of worship builds, they're not the builder on that, right? So they would be partnering with a private developer. Is that?
Correct, but it's still affordable housing. It's not just going to be market rate. It's got to go through the affordable housing.
Yeah, they would have to
process.
partner
So
with
it'd
another
be,
group.
Yeah.
Right, but this says only religious organizations can do this.
Yeah,
so-
if they're the sponsor. Essentially, like if they're the sponsor of the development, they can contract other parts of it off. In other words, usually it's done in partnership. If Melissa I know has done 1 million of these, so she could probably walk
so
through
maybe
better.
I'll talk
Or
to her.
Layla too. Both of them are raising their hand and probably are much better suited to talk about exactly how these things flow, but it is in partnership.
Okay, and I'll do that offline. I'll get their information from you. Thanks.
Okay, next question goes to Delegate Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate Stewart, thanks for this bill. Love it, love the idea. This is a question, this is a lawyer question for you, coming from myself, a lowly English major with an environmental engineering minor. When it comes to,
You saved a lot of money, so congrats.
Wow. Taxpayers pay for my education,
There
so
you
thank
go.
you. When it comes to, I guess my question is, what defines a bona fide religious organization? Because the caution that I kind of immediately see is a less than above board organization quickly sets up shop on a plot of land, calls itself a church,
right?
Yada yada yada.
So I mean, I think historically, bona fide is basically defined as good faith, meaning this is an organization that the average person reasonably would say has been a religious organization. Maybe not for 20 years, but that they actually are established. Their primary purpose is worship of whatever deity it is or deities that they worship. And it's not someone who essentially created a quote unquote religious organization for the purposes of trying to find their way through the contours of this bill.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Yep, thanks.
And Delegate, I just want to say, you were an English major with environmental engineering minor. You have it all over the lawyers. Really.
Oh, yeah.
As someone who's a lawyer.
I would second that motion,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Delegate Morgan.
Thank you. Would the YMCA be considered a religious organization?
That's a good question. I'm not actually sure. I'm not actually sure whether they would or not under the bill's definition of bona fide religious organization. I'm just not familiar enough with, even though I spent many summers there as a kid, I'm not familiar enough with the why to know if they would qualify.
But it's unusual what it stands for, and they have
I know.
in the past provided housing, and
Right.
apartments and things like that, but then all of a sudden you would have a multi-million-dollar, quote-unquote, nonprofit that generates a tremendous amount of revenue in that category. So I don't know.
Right. Like I know that the word Christian is in the name, but I would think that the Y is not really a house of worship. It's probably my guess. They're not really holding religious services. They are sort of a religious tinged or religious oriented organization. At least they were at their founding. But I don't think they would necessarily qualify if I had to put my best guess on it.
I think they would lease out rooms inside their facilities for religious organizations to conduct service.
Right. But I would say that probably, and we could clean up the definition if that's the will of the committee to make it clearer. But I would say that if you're talking about the normal person's definition of what a house of worship is, you would not say that you would go to service to religious services at the Y.
Delegate Lehman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this bill, Delegate Stewart. I was wondering, to go back to the issue about opting out, is that why, because you have the opt-out provision, does the bill not say anything about preemption for counties like Howard that it sounds like have a law in the books?
Yeah, so essentially it is a preemption bill in the first instance, right? We are basically requiring counties to do stuff, but then we're saying, okay, counties, if you don't like what we're telling you to do, you've got an opportunity to say, we're out. So it's sort of initial preemption, but with an opt-out. And that's why that's why Don Butchko is not going to follow me, all angry about the bill.
Okay, so that's insightful. That helps. But I just wonder, did you consider an opt-in provision instead?
Well, opt-in would be like enabling legislation, which we did consider. But I think that would be extremely weak. I think we could easily, I mean, they can already do this, but we could pass an enabling bill, even if they say couldn't do it. But then I think inertia is a powerful force. I don't think any counties would really probably make any change. I think we'd be sitting back here in the 2024 session and no changes would have been made. I think at least this forces the conversation in every county that has an expedited review process. If a county already doesn't have an expedited review process, then the bill doesn't affect them at all, right? It's only those that have created some sort of fast track to begin with. But for the counties, I think it's 9, that have some sort of expedited review. It at least forces a conversation in those counties, and it forces them to take a quick vote to opt out if they want to. And I think that given the urgency of the housing crisis, I think it's appropriate to at least force the conversation, given that it's a generous opt-out.
Okay, so one last question, Mr. Chair. Could you return really quickly to the question of why just religious organizations and not secular nonprofits?
Yeah, so I mean, I think that religious organizations present some benefits, some unique benefits. One is I think that they already have dedicated space. Not every nonprofit necessarily has sort of like a legacy building. Number 2, churches don't pay taxes on their land, which means that they can offer housing oftentimes more cheaply than other places, and they're also more reluctant to depart with their properties. If you're a nonprofit and you think that your space is a little bit too large, maybe you had to let a couple of employees go, you're just going to find a new place to relocate. But if you're a church and you've been there since the 1960s and you're not paying property taxes, then generally you're going to remain there even if your facilities are way bigger than your current congregation. And so what's so unique about this approach, and this is a nationwide effort, I didn't just come up with this idea. The reason this is a unique win-win with churches is not because we're trying to sort of serve a religious purpose. This is still very much a secular purpose for constitutional purposes. But we think that it's a unique win-win when you have thousands of churches across the state that have declining attendance. We have these historic buildings, and Preservation Maryland submitted a really interesting letter of support of the bill. You have these historic buildings. You have religious institutions that are really reluctant to give up their space, and yet they have parking lots that are 10 times too big. They have an east and a west wing of their facility that were filled to the brim in 1965, but now no one goes in there. And so they're looking for an opportunity to stay there, to keep existing as religious organizations, but to give back to their communities and to provide housing for their neighbors at the same time. Those types of factors, what I just described, do not apply to nonprofits.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Love.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate Stewart, I give you props. This is very, very creative. What I'm struggling with is the fact that in Maryland, we have a lot of rules, anti-discrimination rules, and those in large measure do not apply to religious institutions. So is there anything in here that would ensure that that housing is open to all, that housing is non-secular, it is not only picking certain people or excluding other people?
This is a really great question, and this is something that we really wanted to wrap our brains around because this is probably the thing that people first came to us with concerns about. So first, to be clear, when a church essentially becomes a housing provider, they are still underneath the state and federal prohibitions about discriminating based on race, sexual orientation, sex, gender, etc. So that they actually do come in certain contexts. They can discriminate, but under that context, they essentially become a landlord, right? At that point, so they actually do come under federal or state law. However, they could still arguably, and we have a sponsor amendment to fix this to answer your question. They could theoretically, possibly, it hasn't been challenged in court, discriminate on the basis of something like church denomination, right? So not necessarily based on a belief or maybe a belief or lack of belief, but more specifically, we're only going to have Catholics here, right? We don't want that in the bill. I don't think that that's fair. I don't think that that's a morally appropriate thing to do generally, but it's also something that I don't want to be involved with promoting. So we have a sponsor amendment to clarify that, though I've also talked to some experts that think that they couldn't do that anyway. And I think, if Ms. Bondi, it's an important issue, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, Mr. Acting Chair. If Ms. Bondi or wants to hop on, I'm sure this is something that they have dealt with in the past. If she wants to hop on to talk about how this is done in practice, if that's okay with you, Delegate Love, that may be helpful.
Sure, Ms. Bondi, if you want to
Sure,
amplify.
thank you. Thank you, and I'll be brief. Again, Melissa Bondi for the record with Enterprise. The short version is that in all of the projects where we have any involvement, we make sure that all institutions of faith understand federal requirements, which trump almost anything, as well as any state laws that may be more protective of tenant rights, that may go even further. So our experience is not that we have or have ever worked with partners who wanted to discriminate on the basis of religious consideration, and Enterprise would not work with an organization that would choose to do so. But I will defer certainly to the delegate in terms of what specific laws may apply, and if you'd like us to take a look at any of them, we'd be happy to do so. For us, it has never come up.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, thank you. It's a really important issue.
Delegate Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate Love just kind of spurred another question in my head. Once, like you said, once they become housing providers and the federal anti-discrimination laws kind of kick in, does anything else happen? Like in this case, do they still, for the purposes of being a housing provider, do they still retain their tax-free status?
This actually does not obviate their tax-free status,
Okay.
to answer your question. So they do come under some anti-discrimination laws, but they actually still do not pay property taxes because it's still a church.
Got it. All right. Thank you.
Delegate Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate Stewart, it's a great bill. I'm a proud number 2 co-sponsor, but I just have a couple of questions. Delegate Love definitely took the question I had. It was great questions. I'm just wondering, would that even be necessary to amend, just asking plain devil's advocate, if I have if there's a landlord and I'm going to apply to, lease and stay there, and it's up to the discretion of those particular landlords if they choose to accept my application or not, if I passed credit checks or background, whatever, what would prevent this religious organization from saying, they can definitely give a biased answer, say, well, in their mind, they could say, well, they're not our denomination, so I'm not going to let them stay here. But they can give a different reason saying, oh, you've not passed X, Y, and Z. So I'm wondering, would that even be something that can be taken care of in this bill alone?
Yeah, well, that is a dilemma that comes up, believe it or not, in federal law. That was also a very common dilemma people faced in the middle part of the 20th century, which is that you could have landlords saying, I'm denying this application, not because of this applicant's race. How dare you? It's just because they misspelled their answer to question 7. I would never, ever. So this has been an issue that courts have litigated for years, and I don't think that we're going to solve that inherent problem in this bill, nor am I necessarily trying to. But to answer your question, that would be a lawsuit under any version of law in any state under this bill. If we pass it, not under the bill, if someone discriminates or arguably discriminates, maybe it's not their primary motivation, but it's their secondary one, and declines to house someone because of that discrimination, that would-be tenant can sue. And they're going to have to offer some sort of evidence that they were discriminated against, and that was why the application was rejected. But that sort of basic legal framework would not change under the bill.
Okay, and I guess my second part, if I may, I apologize for not asking this offline. I'm wondering, this is about expedited review for land use. So I'm wondering, is that even necessary to go that route? If this is just about allowing the county the option to expedite the review for an organization, is it even necessary to include that? Couldn't that be a separate bill later on, or is that, I'm just wondering, just curious.
I'm not sure I totally understand the question, but essentially the idea is if a county has expedited review already,
right,
and they include, this kind of commercial building or this type of residential complex, we're just saying that they have to include houses of worship. We're trying to put them on the same
I
plan.
got that already. So
Yeah.
I'm wondering, we're talking about perhaps changing or amending to make sure that discrimination is not taking place, which I'm all for.
Sure.
I get that. I'm all for that.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering, does that even fall within jurisdiction of the lines of what this bill is intending to do, since all it's about is just an expedited review process?
Right.
I think that's the crux of it, if I'm understanding.
Yeah, I think that my answer to Delegate Love was essentially that, number one, I think that any organization is going to have a hard time discriminating under
Right.
current federal and state law.
Right.
But if we do need to clarify that to fix any denominational issues with an amendment, that's not something I'm opposed to doing, because whether or not people are doing religious institutions are doing expedited review or not, you're right that it sort of starts to run a little bit afield of sort of the intent behind the bill. But at the same time, if the state is using the sort of the long arm preemption power of the state to try to achieve some sort of social good, I want to make sure that we're not sort of also lending an implement toward to bad practices.
Great. I think it's a great bill. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't getting too, perhaps, far from, I believe, what your original intent was with it. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Delegate Long, could you push your button, please? Thank you. Delegate Terraza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just really quickly, back to that tax status issue, and again, that might be aside from, I'm not sure, but you said something about them maintaining the tax status even after you build on it, but wouldn't private people purchase them and would they not be subject to?
No, because the church would retain ownership of the land.
So they just rent it? I mean, this would just be rental units? There would be no ownership units?
Typically, they are just rentals. But if Ms. Bondi, again, sorry to keep pivoting to you, but as the chair comes back and is in awe that we're still here, Ms. Bondi, I don't know if you want to talk about the kind of projects that you guys worked on and the tax status thereof.
Sure. So to your question, Madam Delegate, it is generally true that most units produced under this kind of program will be rental. That is very often the case. Independent of that, in order to create a new proposal and a project and develop it and then run it, it is very, very common to develop a third party like an LLC. And that's something that Ms. Finucane from Victory can also speak to. So it may not necessarily be run explicitly by the House of Worship as its own entity, but a third party entity would be created that has participants from the House of Worship, but then also the third party, say mission-minded or nonprofit developer that's actually building the project. Most houses of worship do not have the capacity to actually run housing programs themselves. They're not inherently landlords. So you create this third entity and it would be subject to whatever requirements under law already exist. And I would not be able to speak about that without more specificity of a specific site. But it shouldn't affect the inherent tax exempt status of the religious organization itself.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All righty then. Has everybody testified? There are no questions. That ends the public hearing on House Bill 852. Thank you, everyone, on that. So let's go to House Bill 972, Delegate Henson. Yikes. Okay, Delegate Henson, and if you have peoples with you, bring them up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes. May I begin?
Yes, you got 4 minutes. Welcome back to the committee.
Thank you so much. For the record, Delegate Shanika Henson on behalf of HB 972. This is a very simple bill. This bill simply adds mold to the rent escrow statute. So we already have a rent escrow statute. When there is a dangerous defect in a property that presents a substantial threat to the health and safety of occupants, they can go to the court and they can seek a rent escrow. What rent escrow does is it gives the judge certain tools. It can allow the renter to pay their money to the court instead of to their landlord, and then the judge decides what happens with that money. The judge may decide to return it to the tenant. The judge may decide to return it to the landlord. The judge may decide to order certain repairs to be done to the property. The judge may decide to allow the tenant to terminate the lease. The judge has a number of tools once they've made that determination that these conditions are a substantial threat to the health and safety of the occupants. Now, what's been happening in practice is that mold has very inconsistent results across the state right now because it's not listed specifically in the statute. We list a number of things like structural defects, rodents, a rodent infestation, the electricity not being on, and it's the result of the tenant's behavior. A number of things are enumerated, and when we go through the care in our code of listing things, and we don't list something, but we have that other, that catch-all, that option that we're all used to, what happens is sometimes the judges aren't sure if that's covered by this statute. So this bill would make it clear. I want to let you know that a panel will follow me in opposition to this bill. You're going to hear things like, there's no standard for mold. Wrong. Our judges are tasked with deciding lots of things, and figuring out if something is mold or not is something they are well capable of doing. What happens is judges can order tests from experts, and those experts can submit those results into the evidence, and then the judges can decide. Or something could be so egregious on its face that we trust our judges to make those decisions. So the standard is judicial discretion. I want you to remember that when people say there is no standard. Another thing you're going to hear is, well, the tenants are causing these things. How do we manage and control that behavior? This only operates if something is a substantial threat to the health and safety of a tenant. If a tenant is causing a condition that is impacting their own health, then we have a much larger problem than the parameters of this bill, or perhaps anything we could do could address if someone is intentionally poisoning themselves with toxic mold. So this is reserved for those situations where there's mold, and that mold is presenting a substantial threat to the life, the health, and the safety of the occupants of the home. There are discernible standards here, we can trust our judges here, and we have a tremendous opportunity to clarify this law and to make housing safer for tenants across Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to, give us your name and please give us your testimony. Yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Sharice Liu. I want to thank the committee chair and the committee members for considering HB 972. For some background, my name is Sharice Liu again, and I am an attorney for Santoni, Vachi, and Ortega, and a volunteer attorney for Public Justice Center. These two law firms stand with tenants to protect and expand their rights to safe, habitable, affordable, and non-discriminatory housing, and they both support this bill. For our clients, HB 972 is a game-changing legislation that will substantially improve their living conditions. Renters throughout Maryland are dealing with mold hazards in their homes, largely without the aid of the legal system. As the Secretary of HUD said recently on a visit, children should never have to live in a place where they cannot breathe. Again, as an attorney, I've worked with hundreds of families that have suffered from the hazards of mold, but when they sought legal assistance, the gaps in the law left these families without a remedy. I'm going to share from the voice of one of those tenants who we could not help. She was a tenant, Miss Yamalith, from Highlandtown, Baltimore. I moved into the property in June 2020. When I first moved in, I didn't notice anything, but my family and friends would not visit because they said that the place smelled terribly. Within a few weeks, me and my two sons were having trouble breathing. At some point, my sons and I contracted COVID, and it took us a long time to heal. We had to sleep sitting up with the pillows against our backs to breathe. I told my landlord about the mold on June 25th, 2022. He told me to learn how to speak English and get out if I didn't like it. He would speak gibberish and yell outside for my neighbors to hear that I was an immigrant and couldn't speak English. My sons, who speak perfect English, saw and heard everything. I was so ashamed. Eventually, we started having frequent doctor visits. Really quickly.
Yeah, go ahead. It's a terrible story.
Okay. The mold was so bad, the air was moist, and all of our clothing had mold on it. The clothes in the closet and drawers. I developed vaginal infections and rashes. My boys could not breathe and had rashes all over their bodies. My doctors told me to leave the property because they found mold on my private parts and my underwear. Eventually, the landlord gave me a 60-day notice to evict. I was happy with that until he started to come to the door every single day and scream things like, "I speak no English." One of my neighbors would point and laugh. The 60 days were hell. I was scared of him. We were able to move out, but we should have had some help. I was humiliated, and I testify for others. Please stop this from happening. Again, Santoni Vaci Ortega and the Public Justice Center, as members of Renters United Maryland, strongly urge to pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Andrew Esposito here? Oh, that's you. Okay. Welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Andrew Esposito with Maryland Legal Aid in the Montgomery County office. We support this bill. We'd ask that the committee give it a favorable recommendation. Echo the comments of Delegate Henson as well as Ms. Ortega. I think this is an extremely important issue. Mold and its pernicious effects on rental housing have long plagued residents, and local jurisdictions have struggled to remedy its devastating effects on residents and their health broadly. To give one brief example, there was a pipe that burst in the walls of a senior living facility a few years ago, and the Tenants Council and their members were forced to deal with the long-term consequences of their landlord's failure to address the issue. The damaged carpet remained in the common area for approximately 7 months after the flood, which provided a breeding ground for mold. The residents reported health problems due to the mold, including sudden onset of respiratory problems such as asthma and bronchitis. Both the local jurisdiction and the county in which the housing was located had rental housing inspection units, and neither had the capacity or the resources to test for mold. The owner took half-hearted steps to address the problem, and residents had to purchase their own molded testing kits, which can cost up to $300 or $400, or hire inspectors. Others who could not afford to test for mold merely suffered or were forced to seek other housing. The story is especially tragic due to the vulnerability of residents involved, but it is neither an isolated incident nor surprising to anyone who has spent time working on housing cases for low-income tenants. MLA's advocates have seen this time and time again, that we've seen mold be a serious issue in communities in Maryland, and this step would be very important. It was already explained how the rent escrow process works, so I won't go over that again, but I think it's really important that we should note that this potentially can avoid litigation, because it allows tenants to point to this statute and go to their landlord and say, hey, fix this problem. This is right in the statute, and hopefully they actually deal with it as opposed to ignoring it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We also have Wesley Stewart, who I believe is going to be joining us virtually. And there he is. Welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Wes Stewart from the Green and Healthy Homes Initiative. We provide tenants' rights assistance and also represent tenants in district court rent courts around the state. Mold is a significant hazard. It's a tremendous asthma trigger and asthma irritant. We have over 500,000 Marylanders who actually have been diagnosed with asthma, many of those residing in rental properties where they're at risk when mold is identified, there's mold hazards. What we've experienced and also observed in rent court, district court, is that judges really need guidance. They're asking for guidance. And so this bill would provide that by explicitly delineating that mold is an actual threat to life, health, and safety. It's something that they're allowed to order, and that they can establish escrow based on the presence of mold and mold hazards. So this bill is really necessary. I think the court would support, having that clarity and having this explicitly in the statute. The other aspect, we have a number of jurisdictions from New York, Washington, D.C., Virginia, who also have adopted standards for mold, have adopted tenants' rights specific regulations to allow them to explore getting mold remediation done in their homes and done safely. So we think this is an important piece of legislation. We thank the delegate for bringing this forward, and we ask for a favorable report on House Bill 972.
Thank you very much. Is Kim Sauer with us? And she is. Kim, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Hello, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Kimberly Sauer, and I'm here today on behalf of City Council member Christopher Burnett of the 8th District. We are very much in support of House Bill 972. In Baltimore City, we received thousands of 311 requests related to mold or mold-like conditions, such as moistures, leaks, things like that. I personally assist our constituents in filing rent escrows. And most of them are desperately just seeking relief to try and get things that contribute to the mold fixed, like leaking ACs, leaking roofs, things like that. Sadly, the majority of these Rent escrow cases are either not granted or dismissed entirely, especially when the main complaint is mold or mold-like conditions. Our office established a mold task force in Baltimore City that includes a diverse set of professionals to tackle these systemic issues that continue to go unresolved in our rent escrow court. Like most of us know, chronic exposure to mold and moisture contributes to the exacerbation of many medical conditions such as asthma, COPD, and a lot of different types of autoimmune diseases as well. Renters should be able to have resources when landlords act in bad faith by ignoring the cause of the mold, like leaking AC units, or what we find a lot is attempt to hide mold from code enforcement by painting over it. One horrendous case in particular involved the Mount Washington group, where a bathtub was leaking and there was mold growing between the lining of the bathtub and the actual tub itself. Their solution was to paint over the mold in the tub with toxic paint. The property manager told the young mother that it was safe for her to bathe her baby and her toddler in this tub. However, we advised against it until they removed the bathtub. So we just wanted to say we strongly urge this committee to vote favorable on this legislation that will help strengthen the rent escrow court by including mold. So thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Questions? There appear to be no questions. Thank you very much. Let's go to the three opponents to the bill. Ryan Washington, Aaron Greenfield, Kathy Howard.
Sit in the middle.
Who'd like to go first?
I think I've been,
You've been voluntold.
yeah, voluntold, exactly. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Mr. Vice Chair. Again, Kathy Howard for Regional Management, Inc., and we are a member of the Maryland Multi-Housing Association. We are here in essentially opposition to this bill, not because it's not a good idea necessarily, but I think it's getting at it's putting the cart before the horse. Attached to regional management's testimony here for House Bill 972 is a statement and a letter to the committee from Julie Barth, who is a clinical health professional. She is an industrial hygienist, and she is an expert on mold. I think if there's one takeaway that you should have with regard to this bill is remember that mold is a symptom. It is not the cause. It is not a cause in and of itself. If you read Ms. Barth's testimony, information, there are over 20,000 types of mold, and all of them come from being able to live and breathe in a moist environment or where there is a water intrusion situation. And what you do in order to control the mold and get rid of the mold is get rid of the source of the moisture. And that is really what this bill needs to be worked over in order to make sure that that's what you're escrowing the tenant's money for. It's not just the fact that you can see the mold. That's a symptom, and that should tell you, and that should be reported. There's no doubt about it. But it is really imperative that we go to the source, and as a result of that, I would suggest that we do an unfavorable report on this bill until we get to that point.
Okay, who'd like to go next?
I'll go next.
Aaron?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee, Aaron Greenfield on behalf of the Maryland Multi-Housing Association. As Ms. Howard said, we're in opposition to House Bill 972. We do appreciate the sponsor's time and willingness to listen to our concerns. I think this is actually a pretty complex issue in the way that if you look at Ms. Barth's letter, but I think more to the point, there isn't a uniform standard right now. It's very much a judgment call based on expert involvement. But the reality is the sponsor has another bill that you'll be hearing on Friday that actually deals with mold assessment and remediation. It brings agencies together to come up with standards. And we actually support that with amendments. We think let's get some clear standards in place that can be applicable to the rent escrow statute. That seems to be the better approach versus putting this out there and then having another piece of legislation in House Bill 976 going at the same time. I do think that, that without those uniform standards, I think a judge and unfortunately the resident and the housing provider are in an untenable position. And for those reasons, would respectfully request an unfavorable report until we can get House Bill 976 fully vetted and come together with the standards out of that group.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to say me too.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry. I'm kind of outraged by these comments of the opponents of this bill. I'll just say that up front. So, isn't it so that this bill, and as described by the sponsor and as envisioned in the bill, allows the judge to decide where the escrow money goes? So if remediation of mold is required or called for, the judge could make that decision. And isn't it also so that this is not just good mold or bad mold? This is mold that affects the health and provides a serious and substantial threat to the health of the occupants. I mean, isn't that so? We're not just talking about any old mold here. We're talking about mold that is a serious and substantial threat to the health of the occupants. That's a twofold question, but I'd like your response to both of those points, please.
Well, I think that the answer, the first part of this is, I don't think anyone is downplaying the seriousness of mold. And if I in any way made that made you think that, that's really incorrect. When it comes to a rent escrow case, what the judge can order is that a tenant put his or her rent into escrow while the landlord is told to remediate whatever the problem is that is causing the mold. And if I didn't articulate it very well, the problem that we see here is that mold truly is a symptom of something more, I guess, structural going on in the unit with regard to either moisture intrusion or water intrusion. And that's what the rent escrow, that's what the judge can order or enjoin the landlord to do if the landlord fails to start to remediate what that underlying problem is.
Okay, thank you. I think you just made an argument for the bill, but anyway, thank you for that.
Delegate Foley, I think, pretty much asked my question, but you made the comment that the sponsor is going to have another bill on Friday that determines the standards for what mold essentially is, and yet in the same breath you said mold is a symptom of something wrong. Yes, right? And so isn't it fair to say then, if mold is a symptom of something wrong in a physical structure, then that should be evidence enough to the landlord that something is wrong in the apartment or the structure that needs to be fixed. And if the presence of that mold continues as evidence or symptoms of a problem, then that is grounds enough to bring it to court.
Well, I think
because we're not talking about black mold, green mold, cheese mold. We're talking about a moisture problem that causes an issue. So I'm not sure, to your own admission, if it's a symptom of an issue, then it's somewhat proof that there's an issue.
It is, but there's also, I think that the bill that we're going to be hearing on Friday is very important to.
But why can't
to
both
this-
happen, Ms. Howard? Why can't both happen?
They certainly could, but I think that if we are going to go down the path of trying to do both things at the same time, then we really need to look more carefully at this bill and some of the standards that are the standards for testing, the standards for identification, and standards for proper remediation of both the mold and whatever underlying cause it has through both the bill
But
that
we
we're
know
going to
what
hear
the
on Friday
causes of mold are.
and making sure that the rent escrow statute is to the point of those standards. I don't think that just a blanket definition there is actually no definition of a particular mold. There's at least, I think, Ms. Barth's testimony will be on Friday, will also be here on Friday. It has about 12 different types of mold that are dangerous and concerning, and that's not.
But it
even
sounds
addressed
like,
in this.
again, I think both can happen at the same time. And it sounds like even if there's 12 definitions of mold, it is still mold. And if it is present, it is still evidence that something else is going on with the structure.
It certainly is evidence. I don't disagree with you on that.
And just to add on with that, I think, of course, the housing providers do have to take accountability, especially when it comes to structural water pipes bursting. I'll be frank, I had an issue dealing with mold where there was leakage in my roof, and of course it was remediated. However, there are those instances where, having that process defined, like jurisdiction, not similar to DC, but there was an incident in DC where a tenant was growing weed out of their apartment, and when you're growing weed or cannabis, it causes a lot of moisture. However, they did blame the property owner for the cause of mold. So you do have those instances. That's why, it would be more indicative to focus on the structure and create a more uniformed definition of mold before we actually kind of implement altering the rent escrow process.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I do recall, Delegate Henson, I should have thanked you for bringing this bill again. I know you've been tenacious and been trying to address this issue now for a few years. Isn't it true that in past years when Delegate Henson brought this bill or similar bills to get at mold in rental housing, that you argued that there was not an agreed upon standard around mold, around what is excessive mold, at what point does it make people sick? Wasn't that one of your main arguments in the past?
I think that's been, thank you, Delegate, for the question. It's been a consistent concern. Interestingly, and to her credit, the sponsors actually split the bills out into 3 different bills versus 1, right? Which I think makes a lot of sense. And so she's got 3 different bills. This is one of them. The standards bill is another one you'll hear on Friday. And then there's a tax credit bill, which we support.
But this is the only bill before us now, so
I understand, I'm trying to answer your question.
So we have to consider, well, thank you for that, but what my second question is then, so Delegate Henson in this bill, not speaking to the other 2 bills that we have not yet seen, she's now taking this new approach with rent escrow, and I'm not clear on what your reason is for opposing this. Do you not agree that a judge can be a fair arbiter in a situation like this? And as Delegate Henson said, turn to experts that can speak to these 12 or however many different kinds of mold there are, and at what point, someone is sickened? What is the issue with that part of now this whole new approach to this bill? Why do you remain opposed?
Well, to correct you, there are 20,000 different types of mold. Okay, 20,000, and it's called the kingdom.
Well, Ms. Howard just spoke to 12. She said 20 or 1,000, and then she boiled it down to 12. But in any case, what about a judge playing the role of arbiter and calling on experts who probably there are people that, that live this stuff, that's their expertise and can, go to court and testify?
Well, again, based on our expert guidance, which you have in your file, I hope, there is a huge process that can be undertaken. And sure, a judge can make a judgment call. What we're asking for is for those specific standards to be in place so we know exactly what is a threat and what meets the definition. And, in in the sponsor's bill, the existence of mold in a dwelling unit which presents a serious and substantial threat to the health of the occupants, So it's very specific. And so we're just saying, what's the standard? And we think, we would like to see that. That's all.
But just, if I might, Mr. Chair, what kind of standard are you looking for specifically?
Well,
A scientific standard, a medical standard? What are you looking for?
We're looking for standards that other states have done. Now, there's no EPA-specific standard on this, as I understand, but other states have looked at this, as the sponsor indicates in her preamble, and we've looked at some of those states, and we think there's a better way of doing it other than just putting it in rent escrow without a standard, while we're at the same time potentially passing a bill that actually requires the agencies at the state level to come up with standards. So, I take your point, but we'd like a specific standard. Yes, a judge can make a judgment call. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I also wanted to go back to your comment that I believe that you said, when you said mold is a symptom, I believe that you said that you seem to imply that addressing the water issues through the ESCO process was sufficient. But isn't it true that mold can sometimes be so toxic that it needs special people with hazardous gear to remove it? And so just addressing the water issues is not enough.
Well, of course, that's the, I didn't say that it, if I made any, I was not making light of the issues that can be, that are around particular types of mold that can be very toxic. There certainly are strains of molds out there that are, but it would be a twofold process if you had those, if that problem is in an apartment, you have to get to what the source of the moisture is that is allowing the mold to grow, because it can't grow without the moisture. And then you have got to also deal with what kind of mold, determine what kind of mold strain it is that you're dealing with, and then you have to figure out how you best to address that strain and get rid of it. And you're exactly right. Depending upon the kind of mold that it is, it may be a very, very hazardous process. It could be a very easy process. But it is, and it also depends on how broad the area is that is affected by the mold, and as well as the water or moisture intrusion. That's why it's a very it's not an easy fix to walk in and go, there's mold, let's get right on this. You really do have to do some testing and deal with that in a very deliberate way.
I'm sure that you've been outside and seen the big hole in the ground next to this building. Is that so?
Couldn't miss it.
And you know that mold was an issue there. And so, if an entire building has been demolished because mold is a serious issue, why should we allow people to continue to live in those conditions?
I don't think we're asking you to, we're not suggesting that we want people to live in those conditions or not have this situation addressed. But what we are saying is we have 3 different bills that we are dealing with to deal with this particular issue, and to what Aaron had said, it is important, I think, to allow the judge to judge, but also to have the facts and the standards that the remediation is needed to have.
Thank you.
Let me try with 2 questions. First thing, is there such thing as dangerous mold that is the result of humidity in the air and not a defect in the property? Does such a thing exist?
Yeah, ductwork.
Yeah, I believe
Yeah,
so.
yes, as a matter of fact, in the...
I'm not saying that you wouldn't be responsible for fixing it,
Right.
But...
It's not unusual. If you read Ms. Barth's letter that's attached to regional management's testimony, one of the things that she talks about is the trouble that you have if it's in ductwork.
Yeah.
And that's a moisture sort of wonderland for mold if they're not cleaned.
So my second question does not have to do with the biology of mold. It has more to do with the rent escrow law, and I should know this. I've been the chair of this committee for 9 years now. I should know the answer, but in a rent escrow case, let's say that putting aside mold, let's just say it's some sort of reason. I go to court, I give them the money, and they begin the rent escrow case, and then my check bounces. What legally happens at that point? I mean, it has to, the funds have to be certified, correct? You just can't present a check. It's the one thing about the rent escrow law that makes it different from a lot of consumer protections is that, by definition, the renter has to prove that they have the ability to pay the rent. This is not an excuse for not paying rent. So I assume that the law is structured in such a way that I give my check to the court, or wire transfer, I don't even know how you do it, and the court takes it, and once they certify that the funds are good, then the whole thing goes through. Is that not the way this whole thing works?
That's how it works.
Okay. All right. Next question goes to Delegate Terrazza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And yeah, I have to say I'm pretty flabbergasted by a lot of this testimony from you guys. Mold is a symptom. I think everybody sort of said that, but I don't understand that whatsoever. There's an issue that causes mold, and mold is an issue that causes health problems. So it's not just a symptom, it's also a problem. Is that correct?
When I said symptom, I meant a symptom of a problem, a physical problem in the unit that is allowing it to grow.
So both of those issues or problems need to be resolved.
Sure, I'm not saying you don't get rid of the mold by, if you took my testimony that way, it really wasn't meant to, it was also not meant to be flipped in any way.
Well,
it's a serious problem. But if you read Ms. Barth's information, she is very clear that mold has to have one thing in order to survive and thrive, and that is moisture.
Okay.
If you find mold in an apartment, then there is something there that is causing the mold to be able to live, which means that you have a moisture problem somewhere in the unit. And that's what you have to do. You have to pinpoint what that cause is, and then not only fix that cause, but also get rid of the mold.
So is your concern that it's very complicated to deal with mold, and you might have a landlord who's working on it and hasn't finalized working on it? I mean, I guess what you keep telling us is that mold is a complicated thing to get rid of. But I don't understand what that has to do with the escrow piece. I mean, either it's causing a health hazard to the tenant or it's not. And it doesn't seem to me that you need to know which of the 20,000 or whatever it is types of mold it is to figure out whether there's a health hazard.
Well, I wish Ms. Barth were here, because she would be able to probably explain this a lot better than I can. But depending upon what type of mold it is, you have to tailor your remediation work to whatever that kind is.
But that goes to how you resolve the problem, and that's within your control how you solve that problem. But the issue is whether or not it's causing a health hazard. So what does it matter how complicated it is in terms of whether it's causing a health hazard and whether they should be able to put money in escrow?
Well, the question is what standard is going to be the right standard to alleviate that house?
Are there
health
standards?
problem?
You know what?
I mean,
Let me
I'm not trying to debate
let me
this,
intervene
but-
here. because I don't mean to be critical of anyone, but the conversation's starting to become a little circular. So the reason you want standards is you basically are afraid that everybody will say mold. Is that basically your concern?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think it becomes, you know, there's 20,000 different kinds of mold, and, you know, we'd like a standard in law so that we know exactly what a judge is determining whether rent escrow is viable in a mold case.
Okay, I understand that argument, but here's the thing. I mean, I have had the benefit of having lived in India for 5 months, where it's 10 times more humid than it will ever be in the Washington metro area. And I've seen mold growing on walls where there's no obvious leak. And I've seen types of mold that made members of my family sick, and I've seen other types of mold that doesn't make anybody sick. So I understand the complexity of it all, but for me, you know, the thing about the rent escrow law that makes it a little different from a lot of consumer protection laws, in my mind, is that the customer, the renter in this case, actually has to pony up money to a third party. And, you know, that's one factor that this committee will have to take into account when deciding what to do about, you know, escrow laws, whether it's his law allowing lots of people to pool their resources together, or whether it's Delegate Henson's law, a proposed law. The other thing is that even if it's not the fault of the landlord is still going to have to clean it up in some fashion, even if it's not health-threatening mold. I think most landlords are, you know, when I rent an apartment, I want an apartment where the premises are clean, and if there's some condition that's causing them not to be, then the landlord still has to clean that up in some way, shape, or form. And so I sense that there's a solution to this problem someplace. I don't know if it's the bill we're going to be hearing on Friday in combination with this or without this. I don't know if it's the bill on Friday in combination with his bill. I don't know. But there are a lot of elements in this whole thing. So here's what I would like to suggest to the members of my committee. Clearly, mold is important. Most molds that are dangerous should be, well, all molds should be gotten rid of. Some are very dangerous and some are not dangerous. And the escrow law is something that we probably should take another look at globally. So, you know, I'm going to leave it there. We're going to be back here Friday. I hate to encourage people not to ask questions because I like questions, but this is an issue area where we're going to be asking questions on Friday. So I'm going to suggest that perhaps let's wait a bit and think about this from a more global perspective, because I do want to move on. I believe, but if you still want to ask a question, I'm not going to stop you, okay? So I don't want to be oppressive here. I'm just hinting, sort of. Delegate Holmes has a question. Shall we let him ask his question and then we'll move on? But I don't want anybody to think that this is me just trying to sweep anything under the rug, because it is not. What's that? Right, we're not sweeping mold under the rug. So let me recognize, go ahead, Delegate Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at the bill, without all the rest of the stuff. I'm looking at the bill. The bill wants to add mold as a serious, substantial threat to the health of the occupants. Okay, that's the bill. So how do we give guidance to the judge to allow mold as a threat to the health? That's what the bill is asking to do. How do we do that? I'm just looking at the bill. I'm asking a question. How do we get the judge to have this as part of an escrow case? How do we do that? Besides,
so if I could,
go ahead.
The way it would work is there'd have to be an evidentiary hearing that would take place to assess whether the mold presents according to the standards of the bill. serious health impacts. An expert would undertake a combination of visual inspection, various forms of measurement and testing, temperature, relative humidity measurements, particle measurements, swab or tape lift surface sampling, air testing when it is appropriate, and there are different types of air testing depending on the issue.
And that's perfect, because what you had described is that there can be and is a process to get it done. And that's all I wanted to put on the table here. Right. There is a process that can be done to make this language in this bill work. That's all I'm trying to say. Thank you.
I'm going to conclude the public hearing on this bill, but not the discussion in the committee. So thank you one and all. Put a pin in that. And we're going to go to House Bill, what are we going to? House Bill 1016, also Delegate Henson. I think that's opposed by...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah,
May I call up the favorable panel?
please do.
Thank you. I think I have Andrew Esposito and then Matt Hill from Public Justice Center if he's returned from judiciary.
It looks like he's still trapped in judiciary, so.
Happens to the best of us. May I begin?
Not me, I don't care.
For the record, Shanika Henson on behalf of House Bill 1016. This bill would allow tenants to have the right to early terminate a lease. This bill is modeled after a Howard County statute. What it would do is, if a qualifying event happens, and 3 of them are listed in the bill, one is if there is an involuntary change in location of employment that's 50 miles or more from their home. The second qualifying event is if the tenant is involuntarily unemployed, so that's if they're terminated. And then the third qualifying event would be the death of the primary wage earner whose income was used to qualify for the lease. Where we've seen this issue happen is, of course, we saw these issues during the pandemic, but we saw them more broadly as well. I had rental assistance organizations come to me and say, we could pay the rent and we could use the resources to do that, but I know that this person has lost their job, and after these 3 months of rent runs out, they're living in a place that's no longer affordable to them. Or they've had the death of a wage earner. So we could help with emergency assistance, but what's the long-term solution to making sure that people aren't rent burdened and that they're able to right-size to units that fit their needs and their income? This bill would give the tenant the right to do that. What's currently listed in the law and in most leases is that if a tenant early terminates, there are 2 months of rent that's due. The way that it's read in 2 leases is it looks like liquidated damages. But what's supposed to happen is that the landlord has to prove actual damages. So we know that landlords have a duty to mitigate their damages. That means if they can rent the unit out to someone else, then they're supposed to do that. So what this bill would require is up to 2 months of rent to be charged to a tenant if the landlord proves that they did in fact lose that, and that it also would give the tenant 60 days to make those payments. Why we included the 60 days in there is because we understand that coming up with 2 months rent all at once for someone who has experienced one of these qualifying events can be very difficult, if not impossible. So if you're on a fixed income, having 2 months to make the payment of equal to 2 months rent would give a person the opportunity to receive the fixed income, to seek additional sources, and to make that payment so that they might keep their rental history clean and avoid having a collections case against them. So the bill is, again, modeled after a Howard County statute, and I believe that it seeks to help people who need our help the most. Thank you.
Hello, Andrew Esposito again from Maryland Legal Aid. I work in Montgomery County, and we see, these kind of cases all the time where something negative happens in a person's life and all of a sudden they can't make rent, whether it's suddenly losing employment, whether they have to move, or whether a wage earner in their household dies. All 3 of these events are covered under this bill. In Montgomery County, the county code requires that each lease must include a provision allowing for a 30-day notice to landlords and caps liability at 1 month rent in circumstances where there's a loss of employment, all these conditions, as well as some other conditions. These provisions have not negatively impacted landlords and have often been a lifeline to Maryland Legal Aid's tenants, allowing them to better situate themselves during challenging times in their life without having to deal with the added burden of having to pay months of rent that they are no longer able to afford. MLA has encountered many clients who, due to these issues, face a judgment against them, and this judgment can follow a tenant for up to 12 years, affect their credit record, and make it difficult to obtain more housing. We are favorable on this bill because we think it takes a step in the right direction by giving all Marylanders similar protections that exist in Montgomery County, as well as Howard County, it sounds like. And specifically, we think that allowing a cap on these possible damages, basically 4 months' rent spread out over a longer period of time, will disincentivize landlords from seeking these and instead incentivize them to mitigate damages and put rental units back on the market, which we think is extremely important. So we'd ask for the committee to give a favorable recommendation.
Okay, Matt Hill's not here. I am going to call up favorable with amendments, Kathy Howard, and then we'll do questions for all of you. The opponents, it's only written opposition from the building industry and MMHA, but go ahead, Kathy.
Yes, I think that to boil my testimony down, there is only one part of this bill that I think needs to be amended, and that would be on page 2, lines 16 through 18. This provision says a landlord may not seek damages against a tenant that terminates a lease under this section until 60 days after the tenant vacates the leased premises. One of the things that needs to be clarified is I think that 60-day period potentially conflicts with another part of the real property statute, which is section 8-203, which is the return of the security deposit or the disposition of the security deposit section of the law. The landlord under that particular section must give a disposition to the tenant within 45 days after the vacancy to let the tenant know what if anything, they owe, and whether or not their security deposit is going to be returned or forfeited in some way. And I think that this bill potentially tries to extend that 60-day period of time, and I think there might be a conflict there, so that's why I would, either it needs to be reworked or taken out, and I think the rest of the bill is fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate, for bringing this bill. I like it. It reminds me a lot of apartment complexes and things near military bases tend to have clauses in their leases that say if you're on orders and you get stationed somewhere else or deployed or whatever, you're allowed to break the lease. So I think this makes sense practically. My only question is just where the part of the bill where it stipulates the 50-mile commute. First of all, kind of how do we arrive at the 50 miles? And second, just in this area, especially, a lot of people commute a long ways. My father commuted from Anne Arundel County to DC for a long, long time. So someone could, in theory, change their commute 50 miles and actually be closer to home before. So I guess my question is, would you be open maybe to say an increase in commute by 50 miles, or is 50 miles, I'm just curious how the 50 miles came about.
Thank you for the question. The 50 miles was modeled after the Howard County statute, which seems to be working well, but I would consider it friendly to the bill if the clarification was made that 50 miles additional or 50-mile increase. I think that it's discretionary on the tenant to seek to terminate their lease. So if a tenant is going through the effort of terminating a lease and moving, it's very likely that it's a burden on the tenant where the new job is located.
That's a good point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate, thank you for the response to my colleague there. I just want to piggyback on that. I drive 50 miles every day to be here, so I appreciate you willing to consider that element of it there. My question, though, is not with respect to that. My question is, what happens if someone is fired for cause? It seems to me that the bill does not make any distinction there about how someone has lost their employment. Could you address that for me?
The bill does not make a distinction on how someone lost their employment. Being fired for cause is highly discretionary. So I wouldn't want tenants and landlords to get into litigating employment law issues into why a person was fired and what the cause was that was the underlying cause of them being fired. So it simply defaults to if they are involuntarily separated from their job.
Okay. I guess I appreciate your response there, but I think that there's sometimes where you're fired that it's not really discretionary, right? I mean, I've worked in jobs before where I worked at the MTA, for instance. Well, I recall someone being fired there because they assaulted someone, like, at work, right? So I wouldn't say that that was, like, really a discretionary situation there. So I think that there is something to consider there about the way that that's worded, because sometimes it's discretionary, but maybe sometimes it's not so discretionary. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Matt Hill has turned up, so I will allow you to testify. You've got 2 minutes, and we have one more question, looks like.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. Again, Matt Hill, Attorney at Public Justice Center. We strongly support this bill. It's critical legislation limiting a tenant's liability when they have to vacate their home during the lease term because of a substantial financial setback, such as a job loss or the death of a spouse. We see this very often in our practice. We see folks who just feel like they're trapped, right? They're in the middle of the lease term. They know they can't afford the unit anymore because, let's say, you know, suddenly they have cancer and they have to put all their time into getting medical treatment, and they need to move in with their daughter or a family member, and they know they can't afford their current property anymore, but they don't necessarily want to leave because the moment they leave, they know that they're going to incur another 6 months worth of liability. And so Delegate Hinson's bill is a very balanced approach and makes sure that there's some verification of the extreme hardship. And we know that this happens to everybody, right? That's something the pandemic, I think, has really taught me, is that these kinds of hardships can happen to anyone. And so making sure that that hardship does not turn into a catastrophe is what this bill is all about. Maryland law already provides a limitation on the tenant's liability when they have to break the lease under certain circumstances. That's Real Property 8212.2. And so that limits the tenant's liability to 60 days of rent if the tenant has to go into a nursing home or has some sort of unexpected medical problem. And so we would suggest that that's a good balance, and that this bill should be amended to mirror 8212.2. Again, that the tenant should have that outward limitation of 60 days, not requiring a 60-day notice in advance, right? Because the way the bill's written right now, you have to give a 60-day notice, and then you're on the hook for another 60 days worth of rent. We suggest it should mirror 8212.2, which is just a flat 60-day outward liability term. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one quick question. I wonder about, I really want to thank you for this bill. I appreciate it very much. I just wanted to ask about, like, maybe a little tweak to, I mean, if the breadwinner dies is one thing, but the breadwinner could become disabled and unable to work. And I don't know if that is covered in this bill or not. Do you think it is by some of the provisions that you've put in here?
May I defer to Mr. Hill? I think he addressed it in his comments.
Elliot Healy, I think that's correct. It's the tenant whose income was used to qualify for the lease becomes unemployed. I would say that part of that could be addressed, though, in 8212.2, which addresses that medical issue in which, you know, the tenant has limited mobility or has to move into a nursing home and therefore has to break the lease. So that it's not exactly what you're talking about, but it's somewhat close.
If I may briefly, I mean, I imagine in that situation, the breadwinner is typically living with the other individual, so they would be the tenant that would be able to break the lease. The only situation I can imagine that not being the case is if, for some reason, someone was receiving money from some third party that wasn't a tenant there. So I do believe most of the time that situation would be covered under this bill.
Thank you very much.
Matt, you were walking in the door when Delegate Naraki was positing his scenario of an employee who loses his or her job because for doing something outrageous like abusing another employee or violating the law. So my question to you is going to be this. You know, typically in commercial law in the United States, we don't go into the motivations or the defects of the parties. We just go by what's in the contract. And the reason we do that is because to do otherwise would be to expose us to a labyrinthine fact-finding of, well, you know, I had a stage 1 cancer, not a stage 4 cancer, or, yeah, I got fired, but that's after I, like, crashed the truck after drinking, and then all of a sudden, we've gone beyond what is a contractual case of did you pay your rent or not, to a very complex issue cloud. And can you not see that this would be very toxic for a business to have to worry about not being paid based on factors over which they have zero control? I mean, I'm not sure I would want to sell something to somebody who midstream says, I don't want to pay for it anymore because of these things that happen in my personal life. I mean, I would not want to become engaged in a contract with a person like that.
Well, I think, Mr. Chair, again, this is tenancies. These are residential. These are often very low income, not always, but at times can be very low income and vulnerable folks. And so I do think public policy sometimes allows exceptions when there's some third-party verification. So I don't think we're talking that, frankly, the way this is designed, it's already going to be a huge barrier at times to get the kind of verification that tenants are going to need to get here in order to qualify for these protections. So even if they can get that verification, that's really the only way they're going to get this sort of special cap on liability. And it's that whole principle of there, but for the grace of God go I. And if that happens to you and you can find verification of that, then this is, again, just simply preventing a financial setback from becoming more of a catastrophe.
Well, I mean, as a landlord, you would probably never support me terminating a lease early, would you?
The landlord terminates a lease early. I mean, there are some clauses in there around act of God, or if there's a match of fire, or some sort of, so these things are in leases, and that does happen at times.
Yeah, but you would not be the one to testify in favor of such a provision, would you?
Mr. Chair, that bill's not before me.
I guess you'd have to read the bill.
I'd have to read the bill.
Okay, fair enough. Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much. And that ends the public hearing on House Bill 1016. We're now going to go to the last bill of the afternoon, 1033, a local Charles County bill. And while Delegate Davis is walking up, a few administrative things I want people to be aware of. Tomorrow, we are going to have 110 live witnesses. On Thursday, we're going to have 56 witnesses, and I'm looking at the caseload. I've been talking to my wife too much. I'm looking at the public hearing load for Friday, and I don't think it's going to be, I could be completely wrong, but I don't think it's going to be super heavy on Friday. So here's what I'm going to propose. What we always do as a leadership group, we have a meeting the night before the voting session, and I don't think it's going to be practical for us as a leadership group to get together Wednesday evening, because we're going to be here late. So I'm going to propose that instead, we have our leadership meeting on Thursday and we have our voting session on Friday, because I think that the public hearing load justifies that kind of a workaround. It means that we won't get out of here as quickly on Friday as we want to, but you know what? If you have concerns about that, get with me. I could still make us stay until midnight or 10 o'clock as a leadership group and have us. No, look, the job comes first, and if you're in leadership and you have to do that, we've done it before. But I don't want anybody to feel disadvantaged if we're moving a voting session from Thursday to Friday, and so if anybody has a strong objection to that, I want you to reach out to me personally because I want to accommodate everybody, but I think that doing it that way makes sense for the committee, and that's right. You have subcommittees also, so that's my story, and I'm sticking to it for now. So why don't we, if you have a horrible objection to that, please let me know personally. I don't want you to have to declare yourself in an open session here. And with that, we've got Delegate Davis presenting to us a local bill from Charles County's delegation. So you got the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Chair Barve, Vice Chair Stein, and my esteemed colleagues. My name is Deborah Davis. I'm from District 28 in Charles County, and I sit as the Charles County Delegation Chair. I am here to present HB 1033. It's titled, in its long term, Notice Requirements. It deals specifically with what's happening across the state with newspapers shutting down and the new era of being able to, of most people being online, all right? And so it's narrowly tailored to allow Charles County to make notice requirement, have the ability to send electronic notices on its website for bill hearings and for past bills, and for them to post on the bulletin board past bills. That's simply it. I know we're inching our way to maybe other larger notices, but this is simply it. I have one witness, and I'm available for questions.
Okay, and that witness is before us virtually, and there she is, Danielle Mitchell. Okay, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, committee members. So I'll be very quick. This bill is intended to do two things. One
Excuse me, we're having a little bit of trouble, or at least I am hearing you.
I'm sorry. Is that better?
That is better.
Okay, all right, thank you. So two things that this bill seeks to do. One is on the front end of the legislative process. So when a bill is introduced, we're proposing language that would allow that bill to be posted to a website ordinarily used for county government business. Currently, the law states that you shall post to a bulletin board in the government building. So we're adding language about the website. The second piece that the bill seeks to do is on the back end of the legislative process, which is once the bill has had a public hearing and has been passed, that would be able to post an enactment notice, essentially a summary of what has happened, to a website or to a bulletin board, as opposed to running a newspaper advertisement, which is the current law. I want to be really clear that the bill is not intended to limit notice. In fact, Charles County's we post everything on our website. We post everything on our social media, to include Facebook and Twitter, with over 25,000 individuals that follow us. So this is in no way intended to do that. What it really seeks to do is align the way that we know people are actually receiving information with what the law indicates. We believe the law is outdated, that the newspaper is really not the way that our constituents are receiving information, and that it's more so become a relic of the past, essentially. So not unlike the way that the Assembly may choose to pass laws or to post for public hearings, you're not doing that via newspaper, but people are finding out, they're coming before you, they're making their voices heard. We expect the same would be true in our county, and we have a very sporadic newspaper right now, only running once a week. So it makes it very difficult from a timing perspective. So we just don't believe it's necessary, and we would seek a supportive vote from the committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before I recognize Delegate Foley, Delegate Davis and Danielle Mitchell, we just passed a bill for municipalities that we worked out. Was that going to be your question? You know what? I'll let you ask the question. Go ahead, Delegate Foley.
Oh, no, that's okay, Mr. Chair.
All right. So we worked out a compromise that the Press Association actually liked, or at least they supported it. I don't know that they liked. They did not oppose it. They weren't jumping up and down or doing cartwheels. But are you aware? Are either of the two of you aware of that bill? And is that something that you might be willing to consider as an alternative in order to get them to not be opposed? That's my question.
I'm not aware of the bill personally. I think you said municipalities. So we're seeking this for, the local government article 9311 deals with code home rule counties. So there's
Right.
6 counties that would be impacted by the bill that's before you today. I'm not familiar with the municipality bill you referenced, but I would love to become familiar. So I can certainly reach out and
Okay.
get that information.
Well, I mean, I think we want to help you out, but we want to, since a solution was found for somebody else, I will leave it in the hands of Delegate Davis to get that information to you and take a look at it and report back to Delegate Davis. And of course, at the end of the day, it's Charles County delegation work product. We're not going to dictate to you what your thoughts ought to be, but just thought I'd throw that out there.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, we have an opponent, the Rebecca Snyder with the Maryland D.C. Press Association. And there she is.
They were burning just a little bit, and thank you all for slogging through. It's amazing to have nearly a full committee at like 6 o'clock in the evening. So
Yeah,
thank
just
you
wait
so
till
much.
just wait till tomorrow. We'll see how many stragglers we have.
So thank you for listening here. For the record, my name is Rebecca Snyder. I am the executive director of the Press Association, and we believe that this bill is a statewide bill. It's not just a Charles County bill the way I read it. So I just want you to be very aware of kind of what you're getting into. And we do believe that more notice is better notice. This bill as written is not more notice. What we've heard is that, let's set the bulletin board aside. I mean, if you post something on a bulletin board, that's neither here nor there. But moving a notice from a newspaper, which is also running online as well, in favor of a notice that runs only on a county website, you're running into troubles with audience development. Newspapers are in the business of finding readers, and I take a little issue that newspapers are a relic of the past because each and every one of you reads news every day. And local news is critical. Whether you read it in an online format or a printed format, it's sort of immaterial. It is independent news that people seek out. And public notice is printed in newspapers because of affidavits, because of transparency and independence. It is also pushed to those online websites. Just wanted to make that clear. So we feel that saying, oh, we don't want the newspaper notice in favor of a small, sort of very specific, you need to actively seek out information kind of government site is not more notice. It's not better notice. This whole bill, I think, could be fixed by changing that or to an and on page 3, line 21. This is somewhat similar to the municipality bill that Delegate Solomon brought to you, but it's a wider piece. So I'm willing to talk, but I don't think this bill is the right one that you want to go towards. And
Okay,
we ask
well-
for an unfavorable report.
All the interesting questions are coming. Delegate Boyce.
Thank you so much. Isn't it so that online news subscriptions, depending on what you get, has a fee? And by that fee, if I don't pay that fee, if I haven't subscribed, I wouldn't be able to see the paper, thereby I wouldn't get a notice. Versus being on a free government site, I could get that information easily.
So most members, and I can't speak for every single one, but it is a best practice to put your public notice in front of the paywall. So for instance, MDDC aggregates all of our member notices on our own website, MDDC News, and that's free of charge. Our members do feel like we want that information to be
So
an
just so
independent
I'm
spot.
clear, if I don't have a subscription, an online subscription to a newspaper, and there's a notice I need to see, you're saying those notices are free?
Generally.
Not always.
True, but so when you look at.
So no.
Okay.
Okay, no? No, is that fair to say no?
I think that it is misleading to say that I think most newspapers put their notices in front of their paywall. I can't guarantee
But to be
across the board.
fair, that's
Mhm.
true, but
But-
to be fair, we as a government can't write a law to require you to do it because of the First Amendment.
Very true.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just have a simple question. Is there a, other than the Washington Post and the Baltimore Sun, is there another newspaper in Charles County, do you know?
That would be APG Media. I think they trade under the Southern Maryland News. There is their specific one, I'm trying to remember specifically for Charles County, but every jurisdiction has a paper of record.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I would like to ask you to expand a little bit about why this is precedent-setting as a statewide issue rather than just applying to one county.
Oh, absolutely, thank you. So as I read it, it is a statewide bill, so I think this bill makes choices for other jurisdictions. And when you're looking at bills that are coming out of various jurisdictions, like if you look at Frederick County, for instance, one would have to go to the individual county websites of, I think it's about 8 or 9 municipalities and jurisdictions to find out information about what's going on in that area. Your local newspaper is kind of a clearinghouse for all of that information. And it's, in notice terms, and it really gets into transparency and the public's right to know, we want to make sure that that information is pushed to people as opposed to relying on individuals to know, well, I have to go to this website on this day and this website on that day, and how they maneuver it. It's convenience and it's independence as well. Did that help? Did that answer the question?
I did, but it did help somewhat. I wanted to follow up just for a second. The idea that any citizen can find out what's going on in their local government by whatever means. What you're talking about is two things. I think that these notices that are required have more to do with not necessarily what people are going to go looking for.
Correct.
Because, one of the concerns we have about public notice is that things are not done in the dark of night, and then it's posted on a website, nobody knows it's there, but, they've met the minimum standard. Whereas if it's an independent entity, such as a newspaper, that publishes it, then there is something else. There's another voice there. Somebody is going to call attention to it if it's important. And also, so I guess my question for you is this a departure from the way business has been done and all along, so that there is actual notice that people can find without going to the government to ask for it?
It is a departure because public notices have been in newspapers and their associated websites since the founding of the country. So this is a radical shift and change. What we have seen is that we want more notice, and so that's where online comes in, but it's not a substitute. Because we do want the best practices of public notice are independent, verifiable, and so forth, and by keeping it in an independent area, government actually is creating some processes so that you can go back and say, yes, this actually ran at the time it should have run, notice was served, and so forth, which you don't get on county websites.
Thank you very much.
Before I recognize Delegate Boyce, if Charles County delegation were to decide to use a method similar to the municipal bill that you guys chose not to oppose, would you choose not to oppose that bill also?
So that municipal bill required hand delivery or mailing of notice to every residence in the municipality.
Yeah.
It was specifically targeted, and there it makes perfect sense. If you're gonna hand deliver something to every resident, yes. And it also required some element of newspaper notice.
Yeah. Okay, Delegate Boyce.
My last crack at this. Do those local governments pay the media for those?
It's advertising, so yes, but
Yeah,
those.
so they
those-
have to pay. So if they then move to their own platform, it's essentially you lose money, okay.
They are not very expensive ads,
Well,
to
it's
be
not about
honest.
them being expensive, you lose money. Money is money.
And the county government has to pay for, they have to process it, they have to do it. It's a
Right,
service
so
that
it's
newspapers.
right, so so the local government pays the paper, the local paper, whatever papers they want notice in, to put the advertisement out there that may or may not get out to the public, depending on whether or not someone puts their advertisements or those notices, quote unquote, in front of the paywall, as you said.
Well, I feel like you have a specific question that you want answered here, and so yes, there is an economic incentive there because it is a service that newspapers provide, and I think there's a lot of different ways that notices get in front of the public. So yes, I can't guarantee that every single newspaper puts their notices in front of the paywall.
Right.
But our members
But it is a
aggregate it through
paid
us.
advertisement to
It
those
is
papers.
Yes,
to
you
put
are
those
completely
notices
correct,
out.
Delegate. It is
And
paid
in,
advertisement.
on the flip side of that, if the notices were put on the government's website, so for instance, from Baltimore City, I can sign up to get notices. So isn't it so that people could still get those notices if they actually signed up to get notices, thereby not having to search a website to get those notices?
So many members, like in Baltimore City, the Daily Record does have which carries a lot of notices, does have a mechanism that you can sign up for alerts. I too live in Baltimore City, and so, whether or not it's completely up to that jurisdiction, whether they would want to push notices in that way. That's not a guarantee. And there are significant costs to maintaining a website, putting those notices up, monitoring them, and dealing with it.
Would it be in-house?
It would be in-house, but that's not always, the economics of it, maybe for some it would be cheaper, for many it would not. And what municipalities and county governments spend on notices is very, very small in comparison or as a percentage of their total budget.
I just want to throw out the last thing, and I'm done, Mr. Chair, is that, technology is changing, right? And so that's why the paper now is online. I don't get the paper, I get it online. And I think in the same way, wouldn't you say that with the counties, it's kind of moving with the technology in the same way? They're putting it online because people can search online just like they search out for their news and they search out for these publications, that they can do the same thing directly from their government.
I think the independence of notice really suffers. You do not want the county or the government who's supposed to be serving notice to be the arbiter of when notice has been served. Independence is really critical. This might be a philosophical issue that you and I don't see eye to eye on, but this is our perspective on this.
Thank you.
There appear to be no further questions, so that ends the public hearing on House Bill 1033.
Great.
So, announcements. What subcommittee chairs have announcements? Delegate Boyce.
Natural Resources, 6:15, and give you some time to stretch, 6:15 online.
Very good. Who else? Anybody else? Nobody else? Okay, so in case anybody missed it, I think everybody was here. Get with me privately if you have a problem with us moving voting session to Friday after the public hearing, but I really think that that's the best thing to do. And so go home, have a drink if you drink. Afterward. Well, it could be like one of those gigantic beer steins, and get a good night's sleep because tomorrow's going to be, I'm not going to say it's going to be a judiciary kind of day, but it's going to be a long day. So thanks a lot. Good work, people.